It is 7 p.m. and will Westport's annual town meeting please come to order? And would all please rise and join me in saluting the flag? I pledge allegiance Thank you all for being here. Before we begin tonight, I'd like you to join me in acknowledging and thanking our two departing selectmen, Michael Sullivan and Craig Dutra. I don't know how many of you know how hard and often thankless the job of selectman is. So thank you very much, and I'm going to give them another hand because they did a wonderful job for us. And we also want to welcome and remember in our prayers our new selectmen, Ann Boxler and Dick Brewer. I would also like to acknowledge the Finance Committee, who spends a lot of time and generates and expends a lot of effort in looking at all the matters that are going to come before us tonight in a depth that really isn't practical for the rest of us, and then providing us with the recommendations. The chairman, Gary Carrero, Karen Rouse, who's the vice chairman, Buzzy Barron, Dick Brewer, who still deserves a hand even though he left the Finance Committee to join the Board of Selectmen, Hugh Morton, Bob McCarthy, Karen Powell, Tracy Priestner, and Kevin Rio. Please join me in thanking all of them as well. And now I'm going to turn the mic over to Finance Committee Chairman Gary Carrero for a short presentation on the town's financial situation. That buzzing cell phone reminds us all to please mute our cell phones. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you to the residents here for allowing us the opportunity to briefly introduce key highlights in the fiscal year 19 operating budget. My name is Gary Carrero, Chairman of the Finance Committee. Along with us, as Steve had mentioned, we have Karen Rouse, Vice Chairperson. Committee members Charles Barron, Robert McCarthy, Hugh Morton, Karen Maxwell Powell, Tracy Priestner, and Kevin Rio. Over the past several months, the Finance Committee has worked to move forward and unanimously approve to recommend a balanced town meeting budget of $39,152,118 for the fiscal 19 operating year. We on the committee may not always agree on every detail of this recommendation. We are always able to find common ground and work together on fulfilling this main charge of the committee. It is with the same spirit of cooperation that we would like to present to you just a few key highlights within the fiscal year 19 operating budget. The first slide you see up on the screen is a allocation of all the departments broken out by public safety, general government, schools, pension and insurance, so on and so forth. We talk about the pie and how much is divvied up within the allocation of the budget. And that's pretty much where the money goes. This graph is every dollar collected. The year can be summarized in a few key areas. Level services. Level services have been maintained through the budget process across many key areas, such as public safety, police, fire, and the town's highway departments, which in essence means the same level of services that were expected in FY18 will continue to take place in FY19. The FY19 operating budget also restarts the very crucial process of restoring the town's stabilization or rainy day fund. Every dollar saved in that fund will be $1 more that is accumulated for potential unforeseen fiscal gaps in future fiscal years. This year's commitment that the Finance Committee is recommending is $150,000. One slide before this is the operating revenues. We can bring that up. Three main sources of operating revenues for municipalities are property tax, state aid, and local receipts. As you can see, the color, if it's not in color, but if you could see the property tax is the 70%, state aid 17%, and local receipts 13%. As mentioned, the stabilization fund, as you can see, back in 2010, we took a withdrawal out of that account, as mentioned, the rainy day fund. And in 2011, through 2012, or 2012 through 2016, I have not really made a contribution to that account. The increases you see here are mainly investment income. And it's a very important account to be, stabilization fund is a very important proposition for a town to get out of areas where we find ourselves sometimes in a fiscal dilemma. So we've put in the budget for $150,000, and hopefully that's supported. This year's fiscal year operating budget has the minimum amount of free cash being used for one-time expenses, such as capital items. Free cash is a buzzword used by many municipalities, which simply means excess surplus from departmental operations. Let's see. So, as you see here, free cash is the government's general fund surplus. If a government received more money than expected, then it's a surplus. If it's spent less, it's considered a surplus. At the end of the fiscal year, there's a process that's done with the Department of Revenue, Division of Local Services, to certify free cash. It's a savings account, and like many folks who have a savings account at home, it's for particular use. And that's how we put this budget together this year. Where does the free cash go? The next slide shows that we were certified for $1,293,689 of certified free cash. That was allocated certain ways. $911,000 warrant articles for $760,250, and the rest to balance the budget with non-operating issues for $151,644. Remaining free cash was $381,795, and out of that, we're recommending the $150 to be put into the stabilization fund. You can see the next slide shows the historic value of our free cash and what we've had certified. Now, in 2010, that was an anomaly because the economy was pretty much recovering from the 2008 recession. If you look at the latest trend of free cash, it is starting to decrease, and we're starting to realize less free cash within our budget. These are actual figures that were certified from the Department of Revenue. So, as you can see, it's not a steady stream of funds that the town receives, which is why we do not use them for operational, use them for non-recurring salaries and whatnot. Okay, that's that for the slides. After many months of budget deliberation, as mentioned, it is clear to the committee that there are financial challenges that need to be addressed in the very near future. The town should start the process of analyzing its operations through a multi-year budget analysis, which would allow for the projection of expenses and limited revenues that the town can obtain. Not all requests that come across the Finance Committee can be honored or met, but all are important and must be vetted. Town meeting and voters must ultimately consider the important balance of the needs and the cost of those needs, with trending increases in budget line items, including but not limited to regional school assessments and budget busters, such as health insurance due to medical inflation, in conjunction with the stagnant growth of new revenues. The combination of those two items will ultimately become a major factor and challenge in fulfilling future critical operational needs for the town of Westport. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Carrero. So, What are we doing here? We are the town's legislature, and we're here to act on the articles in the town meeting warrant. My name is Stephen Forrest. I'm the town moderator. I chair the meeting and I decide questions of order. I want to take just a few minutes to explain how the meeting works. Town meeting is a gathering of the willing registered voters of the town to act as a legislator to decide the things, as I said, set out on the warrant. The warrant is a list of matters prepared by the Board of Selectmen. We will act on every item in the warrant. We will not act on anything that is not in the warrant. All we do here is deal with the warrant. The individual agenda items on the warrant are known as warrant articles. We'll address those one by one. The procedure usually begins with me reading the article or a brief summary of it. An article poses a question. I will then ask for a motion, which is a proposed answer to that question, or in some cases, a suggestion that we not answer the question at all. These are usually arranged in advance so that we have the proper legalese. We then follow the tradition of asking for a second so that we know there are at least 2 people in the hall in favor of it. We then get a recommendation from the Finance Committee. After that, we discuss it, and everyone is welcome and encouraged to participate in that discussion. If you want to speak on it, simply step to one of the microphones and you'll be recognized. Once discussion is finished, we vote. The vote is declared, and then we move on. We operate under a set of rules that will be firmly, but I hope politely enforced. The purpose of the rules is to allow us to get through what we have to do here in an efficient, orderly way, and allow us to identify the will of the majority of us while still being respectful of the minority, and always showing appropriate respect for our neighbors. And while the rules are many, they're really summed up in these 4 concepts. We are polite, we deal with one thing at a time, no one gets an unfair advantage, and we move it along as quickly as we can without sacrificing 1 through 3. The authorities for our rules are our town bylaws, a fascinating book called Town Meeting Time, which is a manual of parliamentary procedure, kind of like Robert's Rules of Order, but modified for town meetings. Tradition, simply the way we've done things in the past, and in cases where those other things cannot answer the question, in my judgment. If you would like to speak to the meeting, please, as I said, step to a microphone, wait to be recognized or given the floor. Please begin by stating your name. Speak only to the motion or question before the meeting at the moment. And we don't allow any personal speech. We don't refer to other people by name. The artful speaker, if they want to comment on someone said previously, they say the previous speaker rather than the person's name. Rude and disrespectful speech can certainly not be tolerated. While anyone can speak as many times on any question as they like, no one may speak for a second time until everyone has had their first chance. We impose a 5-minute time limit on speech from the floor, which, if you haven't been here before, you will quickly see is plenty long enough. The best speeches take about 1.5 minutes. Most people who go 5 minutes, by the time they're at 4, no one remembers what they said in the first minute. We do offer 10 minutes to people with prepared presentations that are arranged in advance. We will have a couple of those tonight, supported by some slides. One of the things that you may want to do in the process of answering the question posed by a motion under a warrant article is to change the answer to the question if you would like to propose a different answer. And so if you wanted to do that, you would propose an amendment. If your amendment is simple and involves only a change of a number or a word or two, that can be done from the floor. But if it's any more complicated than that, I would ask you to come up and whisper to me from down here. We'll help you get it in writing. You also may find that in order to answer the questions before you, you need to gather information that you don't have. And there are several people here, town council, our town administrator, the selectmen, the finance committee, and other town officials in the room who can answer those questions for you. But we have kind of an odd procedure for dealing with questions. We don't speak straight across to one another. If you had a question for town council, you would say, Mr. Moderator, through you, I have a question for town council. I would say to you, what is your question? You would ask your question. I would turn to town council. I would repeat the question to him. He would say, Mr. Moderator, through you. He would answer that question. I would turn back to you and ask you if that answer was adequate. So I'm going to ask you not to talk back and forth to town council. That may seem odd, but if you actually see it happen, it degenerates the meeting into chaos really quickly. There are two circumstances in which you can interrupt a speaker. One is a point of order, and that is if you think that I am conducting the proceedings incorrectly or in violation of our rules. That has happened before, and it will happen again. So if you feel like that's happening, that would be a service to the meeting for you to stand up and say, Mr. Moderator, I rise to a point of order. I will ask you what your point of order is. If I agree with you that something's been done incorrectly, I will correct it as well as I can. If not, I will not, and will continue. A point of privilege is anything that interferes with your ability to participate in the meeting fully. If you can't hear me, if people beside you are talking, if the glare off my bald spot is blinding you when I'm looking down, anything that's interfering with your ability to participate fully in the meeting, please say, Mr. Moderator, I rise to a point of order, and, or excuse me, to a point of privilege, and we will address that. And lastly, if you have any question about what's going on, just ask. This is your meeting. So, a couple of warm-up things to deal with some small procedural things that will help our meeting flow more quickly. I'm going to ask if someone would offer the meeting a motion that this meeting dispense with the reading of the warrant and of the constable's return of service of that warrant, and that the moderator not be required to read warrant articles verbatim, but may refer to them by number and subject matter. If someone was to say so moved, that would suffice. Thank you. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye. Those opposed? That is carried. That's how we do it. And I'm also going to ask for a motion that if a two-thirds vote is required by statute, the moderator be authorized. Well, actually, before I do this, let me just explain. Some of the questions that are before us tonight will require a two-thirds majority to pass. And in order for me to declare a two-thirds majority, without this, I would have to count the vote and figure out whether it's two-thirds. If everybody in the hall but a couple of people are in favor and the other two are against, this saves us having to count. But you'll notice that there's a safety mechanism in here. If you think I declared the vote wrong, you can, if 7 of you think that, we'll count it. So I'm going to ask for a motion that if a two-thirds vote is required by statute, the moderator be authorized to declare a two-thirds vote in the same manner as the majority vote is declared, provided, however, that if a vote so declared is immediately questioned by 7 or more voters, the moderator shall verify it by taking account. Have a motion. Is there a second? Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? See none. All those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried. So we begin the warrant with Article 1. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate and/or transfer from available funds such sums of money necessary for the purpose of paying outstanding bills from prior fiscal years and are taken in their action relative thereto, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Carrero, will you offer some motion, please?
I move that the town appropriate $3,100.29 from free cash to pay an outstanding bill from the Commonwealth of Mass.
Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
The Finance Committee recommends in favor unanimously.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Article 2, to see if the town will vote to amend the vote taken under Article 4 of the 2017 annual town meeting by transferring from available funds and/or various line items within the current appropriations such sums of money necessary to supplement the budgets of various departments for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2017, and are taken into action relative thereto. This is sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. And I'm going to warn you in advance, you're going to get a long motion here that's going to list all of the line items. And the funding sources are not in your warrant, but they will be on the slide. So, Mr. Carrero, will you offer some motion, please?
I move that the town amend to vote taken under Article 4 of the 2017 annual town meeting by making the following transfers between line items of the FY 2018 budget, and the amounts in between the line items listed under Article 2 in the warrant. From health insurance to Board of Selectmen, personnel services, $15,000. From health insurance to Finance Committee, $1,000. From health insurance to account personnel services, $505. From treasurer personnel services to treasurer expenses, $10,000. From health insurance to town clerk personnel services, $100. From health insurance to middle school expenses, $5,000. From health insurance to police department personnel services, $10,000. From health insurance to fire department personnel services, $30,398. From health insurance to building department personnel, $900. From health insurance to Animal Control Personnel Services, $1,500. From Health Insurance to Shellfish Personnel Services, $3,200. From Health Insurance to Snow and Ice expenses, $101,500. From Health Insurance to Veteran Services expenses, $10,000. From Health Insurance to Library Personnel Services, $1,050. From Waterways Funds to Marine Services Personnel Services, $5,600. From Board of Health Personnel Services to Transfer Station expenses, $8,000. From Board of Health Personnel Services to Board of Health expenses, $7,500. From Tax Collector expenses to Tax Collector Personnel Services, $5,000. From Health Insurance to Cemetery expenses, $10,000.
Thank you. Is there a second? Motion second. And please note that there is an error on the slide. Board of Health Personnel Services to Board of Health expenses reads $20,000 on the slide. The motion was $7,500. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation, please? May I have the Finance Committee recommendation, please?
Yes. Finance Committee recommends in favor unanimously with amendment to Board of Health reduced to $7,500 and Highway Snow and Ice increased to $101,500.
But right. And that was the motion. That was the
Yes.
content of the motion. Okay, so this is the first of several issues that we're going to deal with that involve multiple line items. So for the purposes of discussion, I will read each of the line items. If you would vote yes to that line item and you'd feel no need to discuss it, please remain silent. If you have a question about that line item, if you would vote no, if you would like to amend that line item, if you're in any way dissatisfied with it, please say hold. When we've been through all the items, we will vote the ones that had no hold, which we assume are unanimous. And then we will return to each of the held items to discuss them and vote them individually. Health insurance to Board of Selectmen Personal Services, $15,000. Health insurance to Finance Committee, $1,000. Health insurance to Accountant Personnel Services, $505. Treasurer Personnel Services to Treasurer Expenses, $10,000. Health insurance to Clerk Personnel Services, $100. Health insurance to Middle School Expenses, $5,000. Health insurance to Police Personnel Services, $10,000. Health insurance to Fire Department Personnel Services, $3,398. Health insurance to Building Department Personnel Services, $900. Health insurance to Animal Control Personnel Services, $1,500. Health insurance to Shellfish Personnel Services, $3,200. Health insurance to Highway Snow and Ice expenses, $101,500. Health insurance to Veteran Services expenses, $10,000. Health insurance to Library Personnel Services, $1,050. Waterways Fund to Marine Services Personnel Services, $5,600. Board of Health Personnel Services to Transfer Station expenses, $8,000. Board of Health Personnel Services to Board of Health expenses, $7,500. Tax Collector expenses to Tax Collector Personnel Services, $5,000. Health insurance to cemetery expenses, $10,000. So, seeing no discussion on any of those items, all those in favor of the motion under Article 2 will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Article 3, to see if the town will vote to fix the salary and compensation of all elected town officers for fiscal year 2019, undertaking into action relative thereto, sponsored by the Finance Committee and by the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Carrera, will you offer some motion, please?
I move that the town fix the salaries of its elected town officials for the fiscal year 2019 as follows. Moderator, $830. Selectman Chairman, $6,715. 4 board members, $26,407. Assessors, board members, 3, $18,040. Board of Health, members 3, $9,388. Tax Collector, $67,626. Town Clerk, $67,626. Treasurer, $67,626.
Thank you. Is there a second? Have a motion and a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation, please?
The Finance Committee recommends in favor unanimously with amendment to decrease the Board of Health to $93,88.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Article 4, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate and or transfer from available funds such sums of money considered necessary to defray the town's expenses for a 12-month period beginning July 1st, 2018, and appropriate the same to several departments and or take any action relative thereto. Sponsored by the Finance Committee and Board of Selectmen. May not be obvious, but this is our town budget. Mr. Carrera, will you please offer us a motion?
I move that the amounts of money set forth in the printed report of the Finance Committee be appropriated for the several purposes therein itemized, each item being considered a separate appropriation, and that the same be expended only for such purposes, and that these appropriations be funded as follows: $38,868,440 from taxation, $16,146 from septic programs, monies reserved for debt payments, $25,000 from wetlands funds, $25,000 from cemetery sale of lots account, $25,000 from cemetery perpetual care interest account, $25,000 from transfer station receipts reserved, $15,888 from waterways funds, and $151,644 from free cash. $39,152,118, the total.
Is there a second? Have a motion and a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation, please?
Finance Committee recommends in favor unanimously.
So this is the budget which is in the back of your warrant as a table. And so once again, we have a multiple line item article. And I will be reading all of the line items. I'll be reading the second column from the right, FY19 town meeting proposed by department. Again, if you would like to discuss, vote no, or have any question about the item, please say hold loud enough for me to hear. If you would agree or vote yes, please remain silent. Moderator, 888. Selectmen, 329,868. Finance Committee, 3,500. Reserve Fund, 50,000. Town Accountant, 175,360. Excuse me. Excuse the interruption. I may be repeating myself. Town Accountant, 175,360. Assessors, 179,393. Treasurer, 187,779. Collector, 198,062. Legal, 70,000. Personnel Board, 290. Information Technology, 239,725. Town Clerk, 113,645. Registrar of Voters, 89,833. Conservation, 114,621. Planning Board, 176,551. Appeals Board, 6,569. Middle School Upkeep, 2,700. Town Hall Annex, 128,011. Property Insurance, 225,000. Town Reports, 100. Town Farm, 1,500. Police Department, 3,329,628. Fire Department, 2,111,568. Building Department, 121,077. Sealer of Weights and Measures, 3,900. Animal Control, 56,049. Shellfish, 62,988. Parking tickets, 2,850. Westport Community Schools, 18,132,644. Regional School Assessments, 2,008,061. Highway Department, 242,950.
Wrong columns.
Oh, thank you very much. Highway Department, 818,439. Snow and Ice Storm Account, 150,000. Street Lights, 18,000. Transfer Station, $266,389. Cemetery Department, $163,955. Veterans Graves, $1,588. Board of Health, $275,501. Triple held. Commission on Disabilities, $1,000. Council on Aging, $188,410. Veterans Services, $399,931. Library, $258,048. Recreation, $58,000. Historical Commission, $1,225. Principal payments, $1,271,500. Interest payments on long-term debt, $646,614. Interest payments on short-term debt, $190,000. Serpid, $2,839. Pension assessment, $2,407,969. Health and life insurance, $3,901,000. So we have holds on Board of Health, Fire Department, and regional school assessments. We'll take a vote on all the line items with the exception of those three. So all those in favor of the motion under Article 4, with the exception of the line items for Fire Department, regional school assessments, and Board of Health, will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. We now return to Fire Department for $2,111,568. Chief Legendre.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to amend
That mic is not on? Try again. There we go.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Still.
No, it's off again. It was on there for a second.
Can you hear me now? I would like to amend the fire department budget, and if I get a second on the motion, I will speak on it. I would like to amend the personal services amount of the fire department budget from $1,911,637 to $1,943,637, an increase of $32,000. The expense line would stay the same at $199,931 for a total fire department budget of $2,143,568.
Is there a second? So we have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Over the course of this year, the original fire department budget included a new fire personnel, which through the vetting of the budget process, through the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee, the funding was coming out of free cash, so the position was rejected. Basically because it's not a sustainable position and we would hate to lay the person off in upcoming fiscal years, which I totally agree with. Unfortunately, we have, since we originally met with the Finance Committee in February, we have 2 retirements on the fire department. One was in April, Deputy Chief retired, and he is being replaced as a firefighter, paramedic on July 1st. We also have the fire prevention officer who was retiring on January 5th, 2019. Our goal is to hire 2 people in July 1st, train them as a group together instead of losing personnel twice in the same fiscal year. The fire prevention officer is a skilled position. It's a day position, so we would also like to use that extra person to shadow the fire prevention officer on his last 2 months to basically learn the position that they would be inheriting. I'm willing to answer any questions as needed.
Is there any further discussion? Beg your pardon? Oh, thank you very much. We need a source of funds for that proposed amendment.
The source of funds would be $32,000 additional from free cash.
From free cash. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of amending the personnel services line item under Fire Department to $1,943,637. Will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. So we move to regional school assessments for $2,008,061. Ms. Priestner?
Good evening, I'm Tracy Priestner. I'm a member of the FinCom. I'm also serving as the FinCom liaison to Bristol County Agricultural High School. This line item should be reduced by $85,000. The reduction is due to the assessment from Bristol County Agricultural High School coming in less than expected. According to Bristol Aggie, there will not be a debt assessment charged to sending communities in FY19 for their MSBA project. Bristol County is currently working with Municipal Finance Council to secure debt funding for their MSBA project. Bristol Aggie's building project debt will be assessed in FY 2020.
So is there a motion?
Yes.
Would like to amend that line item to,
Reduce it by $85,000.
okay.
Second.
Is there a calculator handy?
Right there, getting there.
Okay, so is that a motion to reduce the regional school assessments figure to $1,923,061?
Yes.
Yes, so moved, great. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of reducing regional school assessments from $2,008,061 to $1,923,061 will please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. We now move to Board of Health for $275,501.
Bill Harkins from Board of Health, and I am asking the town to reconsider the Board of Health.
Okay, can you
line-
speak more directly into the microphone? And if it were possible to get a little bit more
Board of Health
volume.
line 511 on our budget is set at 264.61, it looks like. And our full budget item is 275,501. And I'm asking for reconsideration on the salary appropriation for that.
Can I ask you to make this, if you're proposing to amend these line items, would you say, I move that we amend the salaries line item to X and the,
I move that we raise the salary appropriation for 511, and in particular 5114, which is the town nurse position, by $33,513. And I believe that will make the figure $297,574. And I am asking for that to be taken out of free cash. The selectmen voted 4-1 in favor of
okay,
this.
so at this point, we're just getting a motion on the table.
Okay.
So is that the full extent of your motion? you're not proposing a change to the expenses line item?
No, I'm not.
You are proposing an amendment of the salary appropriation from 264.61 to 297,574 with the additional coming from free cash.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Would you like to begin discussion?
Yes, at selectmen's meeting last night, it was voted 4-1 in favor of this being done. I believe that their recommendation was for it to come out of the stabilization fund. Either one is fine with me.
Well, right now, we are discussing a motion to take it, to appropriate from free cash.
The reason for this is because that amount, $33,513, was removed from that line item against the Board of Health's wishes, and the position of the town nurse is a needed position. The duties are early reporting of communicable diseases and emergency public health preparedness, which are very important items. She also deals with sharps disposal and immunizations and screening services, community health clinics, working with Council on Aging, veterans, and schools for the health of the community, education and outreach. and we feel that this is a much-needed position.
Thank you. Mr. May?
Yes, my name is Maurice May, and I am Vice Chair of the Board of Health. And I keep getting asked, what does the nurse do? And I think our chairman just talked about a few of those things. But I'd just like to give some numbers. Our former nurse, Kathleen Burns, who retired in July of 2017, used to write an annual report. And I just wanted to give you some numbers from her last year. This would have been 2016. And these are numbers of her activities. First of all, flu vaccines, 265. B12 injections, 55. Blood pressure readings, 168. MANTO tests, these are TB testing primarily for Council on Aging, 7. MAVEN reports, these are reports on epidemics items, 59. Home visits, 54 to people that can't, get around anymore. So I just wanted to try to bolster the argument for us to have the funds to rehire a town nurse. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Linda Pierce-Ronker, and I'm the candidate for the community nurse position. On April 17th, 2018, there was a selectmen's meeting on the agenda as to whether to hire a community nurse. All panel members agreed with the stipulation it had to be discussed with the Finance Committee if it was to be in town budget for further approval. Wayne Sunderland, one of our town's senior residents...
I'm going to ask you please to not refer to
I'm sorry.
others
I'm
by
sorry.
name. I let
sorry.
Mr.
All
May
right.
get away
I'm
with that, which
sorry.
I shouldn't have.
Thank
But
you.
thank you.
It's my first time. One of our senior residents got up to the microphone to voice his concerns and opinions since Westport has previously had a community nurse. He stated it was a valuable position to have a community nurse because of the resources she or he has with different agencies who can help in the need of our residents, medical information to Optimum Health, and social resources. Many of our residents do not have family or friends that can help them with their care related to death, moving away, or just too frail themselves. I am here to discuss the position of the community nurse. It has been vacant for 1 year due to the retirement of the previous community nurse. I was planted here 46 years ago. That makes me a resident, not a townie. Being a resident, I have always loved our town for its beauty, community services, and how it functions to keep us all safe as well as healthy through the departments. We as a community should share the commodities that other local towns offer to ensure our residents the best services. They have contributed taxes to our town, and we should provide the services needed. This is not a luxury, but a necessity. The Finance Committee has cut it from the budget. I would like to have the opportunity to give back the services to our town as they deserve. Our youth should have access to information to keep their bodies physically well through nutrition, exercise, and be aware of signs and symptoms to prevent disease. To be an advocate to provide better access to health care in our community, eliminate health disparities, and arrange assistance through social service, women and children to provide health care and nutritional services for families in need. The Board of Health members unanimously felt I was the candidate for the position of the community nurse. Our residents need to have access to education of diseases that are communicable to prevent the spread, to keep our town from any outbreaks that could result in people's health capacities or even worse, death. Although there will be many challenges, I am ready to serve our town of Westport. I thank you for all listening.
Thank you. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is John Bullard. Right now, I'm helping my wife recover from surgery, and
I'm having difficulty hearing you, so I'm guessing other people may be also. Can you raise the microphone up, or?
right now I'm helping my wife recover from surgery, and one of the things I have to do is give her an injection every day, and I have to dispose of needles. And I have inquired, where do I dispose of these needles? Can I go to the police? Can I go to the fire? I called the Board of Health, and they said, well, you can take them to the Board of Health if we get the the nurse that's on the town meeting tonight. So I would think that one of the basic services that a town, any town or city, offers would be the ability to dispose of sharps. That's before us today. It's just one of the many services a community nurse would provide us taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Powell?
My name is Karen Powell, Pine Hill Road, and I'm also a member of the Finance Committee. I would just like to help everyone present understand why the Finance Committee recommended not to reinstate the town nurse, but the cost of the town nurse salary into the budget. I think while it's certainly the privilege of town meeting to decide to reinstate it from free cash, I think it's just important for everyone to have all the context and the benefit of all the conversation that happened. The Finance Committee never placed any judgment or thought that the services that have been listed that would be provided by a town nurse were not important. What we asked the Board of Health to do was to think critically and more broadly and think about whether or not there were other solutions than a salaried position to providing those services. In looking at neighboring towns, some neighboring towns are partnering with community nurse organizations, and so they're outsourcing in a more efficient way. Other neighboring towns are regionalizing their town nurse with other towns, which is also more efficient. And so this is just the kind of critical thinking that we think that our department heads should be doing as we think about how to spend taxpayers' money every year. And so we asked for that analysis, and we were underwhelmed by what came back. We didn't have any data or numbers to say what a community nurse organization would cost, or whether other towns were interested in regionalizing with us, whether the CVS Minute Clinic might be an opportunity to provide these services. And so because of that, and because we felt as though we didn't have thorough analysis about the options, we decided to vote no. But the other reason we voted no is because the source of funding for this position would have to be free cash. And it's a financial policy that we don't pay for recurring expenses like salaries out of free cash. We don't know if that free cash would be here next year, and so we don't know whether we would be able to sustain the position or if that's a responsible thing to do. So certainly you're the privilege of town meeting to make a different choice, but I just wanted to ensure people had all the context.
Thank you. Mr. Vieira?
Mr. Moderator, my name is Anton Vieira, and I stand in support of this article. And I'd like to address town meeting in that regard. As a former selectman and a former finance committee, I too would applaud the selectmen and the finance committee for due diligence in looking at the budget. I do think that this particular item, though, is not in the best interest of our community to vote against it. I think we need to continue with this school, with the town nurse. And I think that the data is there. I served on the finance committee many years and the selectmen. We've seen the data for years. And people in this audience have experienced a nurse in our town for years. It's true that it's maybe a salary position, but we're talking about $33,000 on a $40 million budget to serve our community. I don't know what this argument's about. There's a lot of things in a $40 million budget we can talk about tonight. But have elected officials who turned around the Board of Health in a short period of time and put our town in a very positive light in many communities. Nickel and diming a position, I don't think makes any sense at all. I don't care if it's coming from free cash or stabilization or taxation. But this is something that should never have got to this level. It should have been supported long before now. I hope town meeting takes a strong stand on this to really give recognition to the people that have turned the Board of Health around and turned our community around in a very positive way. I think this is an insult to even bring it before the town meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Gillespie?
Call the question.
We have a motion to call the question, and that is gives us an opportunity to decide whether we have heard enough discussion on this issue or not. So is there a second for the motion? Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to call the question. And so we're now going to take a vote on whether to continue discussion. If a yes vote means that you've heard all you need to and you're prepared to take a vote on the motion under article, or to amend the motion to amend the line item under the Board of Health Personnel Service budget. You're not voting on that number, you're voting on whether to end discussion. A no vote means that you would like to hear more discussion before you make your decision. So all those in favor of calling the question will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. So now we move to a vote on that line item. So all those in favor of amending the salary appropriation for the Board of Health to $297,574 with the additional funds coming from free cash will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Aye. That is carried. So that completes Article 4. And we move to Article 5. To see if the town will vote to appropriate a sum of $912,150 for the cost of various capital expenditures in accordance with the town's fiscal year 2019 capital improvement planning program. To determine whether this appropriation shall be raised by borrowing or otherwise and or taken their action relative thereto, sponsored by the Capital Improvement Planning Committee. Mr. Carrero, will you offer some motion, please?
I move that the town make the following appropriations for various capital expenses in accordance with the town's fiscal year 2019 capital improvement planning program, including the cost of undertaking the projects and/or purchasing equipment items as specified, as well as all incidental and related costs, with the item being considered a separate appropriation. Town Hall elevator machine replacement, $100,000, free cash. Highway bucket truck replacement, $158,000, free cash. Police cruiser replacement, 3, $145,000, free cash. Streetlight LED replacement, $60,000, free cash. Electric vehicle purchase, $12,000, free cash. Highway pickup replacement, $37,150, free cash. School department computer equipment, $100,000, free cash. Assessment of town buildings, $10,000, free cash. Cemetery expansion, Beech Grove, $250,000, perpetual care investment interest. Cherry and Webb beach fence replacement, $25,000, beach enterprise fund balance. Marine services, low water rescue boat and ancillary equipment, $15,000, waterways funds.
Thank you. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
The Finance Committee recommends in favor unanimously.
Okay, so once again, we have a multiple line item article. If you would vote yes, please remain silent. If you would like to discuss, amend, or would vote no, please say hold. Town Hall elevator machine replacement, $100,000. Highway bucket truck replacement, $158,000 from free cash. 3 police cruisers, $145,000 free cash. Streetlight LED replacement, $60,000 free cash. Electric vehicle purchase, $12,000 free cash. Highway pickup replacement, $37,150 free cash. School department computer equipment, $100,000 free cash. Assessment of town buildings, $10,000 free cash. Cemetery expansion, Beech Grove, $250,000 perpetual care. Cherry and Webb beach fence replacement, $25,000 beach enterprise fund balance. Marine services low water rescue boat and waterways fund $15,000. And ancillary equipment, sorry, from the waterways fund $15,000. So, hearing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion under Article 5 will please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Article 6, see if the town will vote to authorize the town treasurer with the approval of the selectmen to borrow and to issue note or notes as described in the article sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. Will a member of the board offer us a motion, please?
I move the town adopt the provisions of Article 6 as printed in the warrant.
Thank you. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
The Finance Committee recommends in favor unanimously.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Article 7, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds $154,552 to operate the Marine Services Enterprise described in the article, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen, Director of Marine Services. Mr. Carrero, will you offer some motion, please?
I move that the town vote to appropriate the Marine Services Enterprise Fund fiscal year 2019 budget as set forth in the warrant under Article 7 and as funding for the direct costs set forth therein to raise from Marine Services Enterprise user charges the sum of $154,552.
Is there a second? May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
The Finance Committee recommends in favor unanimously.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Article 8, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds $207,800 to operate the water line enterprise as described in the article, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Carrera, will you offer some motion?
I move that the town vote to appropriate the Waterline Enterprise fiscal year 2019 budget as set forth in the warrant under Article 8 and as funding for the direct costs set forth therein to raise from Waterline Enterprise user charges the sum of $207,800.
Is there a second? Motion and a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
Finance Committee recommends in favor unanimously.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously.
Point of order,
Yes.
Tanya Ryden. I'm sorry to go back to Article 7, but we voted for $154,000. But what about the indirect expenses, the $61,000?
Thank you for that question. This caused much consternation in the meeting between some of the involved parties in town meeting. We are only voting on the direct costs. The indirect costs represent money that went to that fund via other line items in the budget. Accounting services, other things. So they're there for informational purposes, but they do not affect the appropriation.
Okay, thank you.
And if you think that's not a very good idea and it's confusing to put that in there, many people are in agreement with you. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds $55,650 to operate the town beaches enterprise as described in the article. Mr. Carrera, will you offer some motion?
I move that the town vote to appropriate the Town Beaches Enterprise Fund 2019 budget as set forth in the warrant under Article 9 and as funding for the direct costs set forth therein to raise from Town Beaches Enterprise user charges the sum of $55,650.
Thank you. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
Finance Committee recommends in favor unanimously.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Article 10, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from the Cable Television Special Revenue Fund $140,179 to fund the community television budget for FY19 as described in the article, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Carrera, will you offer some motion?
I move that the town transfer from the Cable Television Special Revenue Fund the sum of $140,179 to fund the community television budget for fiscal year 2019.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Finance Committee recommendation, please?
Finance Committee recommends in favor unanimously.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Article 11, to see if the town will vote pursuant to the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53E and 1/2, to reauthorize revolving funds for certain town departments and officers for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2018, for the purposes defined, from which costs not to exceed the amounts listed for these same services may be expended without further appropriation and/or taken into action relative thereto, sponsored by various departments. Mr. Carrera, will you offer some motion?
Mr. Moderator, may I consult with the accountant for 1 second?
Sure.
On this article? Cool.
Very short recess to consult with the accountant. Right, the council and agent, right. Well, so I'm gonna ask for a hold on that, and if they do a hold of it, yeah, so why don't you move it? Thank you for your patience. Mr. Carrera?
Okay, I move that the town vote to establish annual spending limits for the revolving funds listed in Section 6 of the bylaw entitled Revolving Funds, approved under Article 8 of the May 2, 2017 annual town meeting, which funds may be expended without further appropriation for the purposes defined therein, with such expenditure limits to be applicable for each fiscal year until such time as town meeting votes prior to July 1st for the ensuing fiscal year. To increase the same, provided, however, that in accordance with state law, the Board of Selectmen, with the approval of the Finance Committee, increase the limit for the fiscal year only.
Thank you. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation, please? May I have the Finance Committee recommendation, please?
Okay, the Finance Committee recommends unanimously.
Thank you.
Favor.
So, once again, we have a multiple line item article. Those veterans of town meeting may recognize that we used to deal with all these revolving funds one at a time. Now our life has been simplified. They're all in one article. But I'm going to read them off one at a time. And once again, if you would agree or vote yes, remain silent. If you would like to discuss, question, or vote no, please say hold. Council on Aging programs, $43,000. Council on Aging social daycare, $148,000. Council on Aging transportation, $55,000. Fire Department ambulance, $150,000. Fire Department hazmat, $40,000. Electrical, plumbing, and gas inspectors and assistant building inspector, $85,000. Planning Board, Zoning Board of Appeals, $20,000. Police Department, $50,000. Westport Economic Development Task Force, $6,000. Board of Health, $10,000. Library, $3,000. So, seeing no discussion on any of the line items other than Council on Aging programs, we'll now proceed to a vote on the motion under Article 11 accepting the Council on Aging programs. So all those in favor of all the line items except Council on Aging programs will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Would someone like to propose an amendment to the line item on Council Aging programs?
Marshall-Ligon. I move to amend the Council on Aging program's maximum expenditure to $50,000.
Thank you. Is there a second? Is there any discussion? Oh, it's been seconded. Thank you. But seeing no discussion, all those in favor of amending the maximum expenditure of the Council on Aging programs revolving fund from $42,000 to $50,000 will please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That is carried. Article 12, to see if the town will vote to accept the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 13D, establishing a reserve fund for future payment of accrued liabilities for compensated absences due to any employee or officer of the town upon termination of employment, and appropriate the sum of $75,000 to this fund and/or take other action relative thereto, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. And there is an error on this slide. This does not require a two-thirds majority, even though the slide says so. May I have a motion, Mr. Carrero?
I move the town adopt the provisions of Article 12 with $75,000 from free cash.
Thank you. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. Finance Committee recommendation, please.
Finance Committee recommends in favor unanimously.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Article 13, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of $40,000 to be used by the Board of Assessors to fund fees and expenses to update the revaluation program mandated by Mass General Law, Chapter 797, Acts of 1979, to place the town on a 100% valuation assessment basis and or take their action relative thereto, sponsored by the Board of Assessors. Mr. Carrero, will you offer some motion?
I move the town adopt the provisions of Article 13 with $40,000 from free cash.
Thank you. Is there a second? Motion and a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation, please?
The Finance Committee recommends in favor unanimously.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Article 14, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $500,000 for the purpose of financing the following water pollution facility projects: repair, replacement, and or upgrade of septic systems pursuant to agreements with Board of Health and residential property owners, including without limitation all costs thereof as defined in Section 1 of Chapter 29C of the general laws, to determine whether this appropriation shall be raised by borrowing from the Massachusetts Water Pollution Abatement Trust or otherwise, and or taking an action relative thereto, sponsored by the Board of Health and Westport Water Resources Management Committee. Mr. Carrero, will you offer some motion, please?
I move that the town vote to appropriate $500,000 for the purpose of financing the following water pollution facility projects: repair, replacement, and or upgrades of the septic systems, pursuant to agreements with the Board of Health and residential property owners, including without limitations all costs thereof as defined in Section 1 of Chapter 29C of the general laws, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow said sum and issue bonds or notes therefore under General Laws, Chapter 111, Section 127B and a half, Chapter 29C, or General Laws, Chapter 44, Sections 7 or 8, or any other enabling authority to protect and financing costs shall be repaid by the property owners in accordance with those agreements. But such bonds or notes shall be general obligations of the town, that the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow on all or a portion of such amount from the Massachusetts Water Pollution Abatement Trust and established pursuant to Chapter 29C and in connection therewith to either into a loan agreement and a security agreement with the trust and otherwise to contract with the trust and Department of Environmental Protection with respect to such loan and for any federal or state aid available for the project or for the financing thereof, and that the Board of Selectmen, Board of Health, or other appropriate local body or official is authorized to enter into a project regulatory agreement with the Department of Environmental Protection to expend all funds available for the projects authorized hereunder and take any other action necessary to carry out such projects, and further, in accordance with General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20, to authorize any premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved hereunder, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of such bonds or notes to be applied to the payment of costs approved hereunder, thereby reducing by a like amount the amount to be borrowed to pay such costs.
Thank you. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
Finance Committee recommends in favor unanimously.
Thank you. Mr. May, will you translate that legalese into English for us?
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, just a quick comment.
Yep.
I'm Maurice May, Vice Chair of the Board of Health. We administer the Community Septic Program. And this is really a request to reload a very successful program that has helped quite a few residents fix their septic system. This town meeting in 2012 authorized $500,000. We've already used $460,000 of that on 27 septic projects in town. And we just got a 28th application in about a month ago for another septic. It'll probably be plus or minus $25,000. So essentially the 2012 program is exhausted. So we're just trying to reload it with another $500,000 as we go forward. And whereby the town does undertake the actual borrowing of the funds, in the long run, it all gets paid back, and it's even on the town. So ask your support for this.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to hear and act on the report of the Community Preservation Committee as described in the article, sponsored by the Community Preservation Committee. Mr. Gillespie?
Yes, Mr. Moderator. Tim Gillespie, Community Preservation Committee. I move that the town vote to appropriate or reserve from the Community Preservation Funds annual revenues and available funds the amounts recommended for the purposes defined in the written recommendations of the Community Preservation Committee, with each item to be considered a separate appropriation.
Thank you. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
Finance Committee recommends in favor unanimously.
Thank you. So, once again, we have multiple line items, same instructions as before. If you agree or would vote yes, please remain silent. If you would like to discuss, question, amend, or would vote no, please say hold. Head of Westport Landing Historic Stone Wall Preservation, $95,500 from budgeted reserves. Council on Aging Historic Preservation, $11,950 from historic preservation reserves. St. Vincent de Paul Conservation, a total of $200,000, of which $64,000 will come from open space reserves and $136,000 from budgeted reserves. Restriction Community Park, $200,000 from budgeted reserves. South Coast Scenic Greenway Bike and Pedestrian Ways, $10,000 from open space reserves. Targeted Integrated Water Resource Management Plan for East Branch of Westport River Public Outreach, $15,000 from open space reserves. Westport United Youth Soccer Playing Fields Construction, Electricity and Water, $40,000 from open space reserves. Westport Affordable Housing Trust, $295,583 total, of which $64,000 will come from community housing reserves, $231,583 from FY19 estimated fund revenues. Historic preservation reserves, $60,000 from FY19 estimated fund revenues. Open space reserves, $60,000 from FY19 estimated fund revenues. Administrative expenses, $28,000 from FY19 estimated fund revenues. Budgeted reserves, $170,000 from FY19 estimated fund revenues. So we have a hold on management plan for the East Branch of the Westport River Public Outreach. We'll now proceed to a vote on all items within this motion, with the exception of the management plan for the East Branch of the Westport River. All those in favor of those remaining line items will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those are carried unanimously. We now return to management plan for East Branch of the Westport River Public Outreach, $15,000. Would someone like to speak to that?
Yes, my name is Marilyn Pease. I put a hold on that item only because it is contingent on the outcome of Article 17. So either we just wait until Article 17 is voted on before coming back to that. I don't know how that would work.
That is not an option. However, if we were to make an appropriation that was somehow disallowed or another place in the warrant, the appropriation would simply not go into effect.
So we can't wait until Article 17 is voted on and then come back to that?
No.
Because the outreach would not be necessary if
Right.
Article 17 is turned down.
Right. Bear in mind that town meeting does not spend money. Town meeting appropriates money. We authorize other entities to spend it. So if we authorize an entity to spend money for a particular purpose, and that purpose ceases to exist, the money will not be spent.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. So any further discussion of the hold on $15,000 for a management plan for East Branch of the Westport River Public Outreach? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. We move to Article 16. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate and or transfer from available funds a sum of $20,000 to be used by the Board of Selectmen to fund the town's match for state and federal grants and or taking their action relative thereto, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen and Planning Board. Mr. Carrera, will you offer some motion?
I move the town adopt the provisions of Article 16 with $20,000 from free cash.
Is there a second? I have a motion, and a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
Finance Committee recommends in favor unanimously.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Article 17. See if the town will vote to appropriate $150,000 for the purpose of preparing a targeted integrated water resource management plan as described in the article, and to determine whether this appropriation shall be raised by borrowing from the Massachusetts Clean Water Trust or otherwise, and are taking their action relative thereto, sponsored by the Planning Board and the Westport Water Resources Management Committee. Mr. Carrero, will you take a deep breath and offer us a motion?
If the Massachusetts general laws and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow said sum and issue bonds or notes. Therefore, under General Law, Chapter 111, Section 127B and a half, Chapter 29C, or General Law, Chapter 44, Sections 7 or 8, or any other enabling authority, with the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow all the portion of such amount from the Massachusetts Water Pollution Abatement Trust, established pursuant to Chapter 29C, and in connection therewith, to enter into a loan agreement and a security agreement with the trust and or otherwise to contract with the trust and Department of Environmental Protection with respect to such a loan for any federal, state, or available for the project or the financing thereof, and that the Board of Selectmen or other appropriate local body or official is authorized to enter in a project regulatory agreement with the Department of Environmental Protection to expend all funds available for the projects authorized hereunder and take any other action necessary to carry out such projects. And further, in accordance with General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20, to authorize any premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved hereunder, lest
No.
any such...
I'm going to interrupt you with a huge apology. There was an error in the language that I gave you for that motion. I'm going to give you the correct language and ask if you would start over.
Twice as long.
Please forgive me.
From here to here. I move that the town appropriate $150,000 for the purpose of preparing a targeted integrated water resource management plan to guide the town's selection of implementation of actions to address various wastewater, and stormwater problems and improve the Westport River's water quality, comply with state standards, including, without limitation, all costs thereof as defined in Section 1 of Chapter 29C of the Massachusetts General Laws, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow said sum and issue bonds or notes thereof under General Law, Chapter 111, Section 127B1/2, Chapter 29C, or General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7 or 8, or any other enabling authority that the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow all or a portion of such amount from the Massachusetts Water Pollution Abatement Trust, established pursuant to Chapter 29C, and in connection therewith, to enter into a loan agreement and/or security agreement with the trust, or otherwise to contract with the trust and the Department of Environmental Protection with respect to such loan and for any other federal or state aid available for the project or for the financing thereof, and that the Board of Selectmen or other appropriate local body or official is authorized to enter into a project regulatory agreement with the Department of Environmental Protection to extend all funds available for the projects authorized hereunder and take any other action necessary to carry out such projects, and further in accordance with General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20, to authorize any premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved hereunder, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of such bonds or notes to be applied to the payment of costs approved hereunder, thereby reducing by a like amount the amount to be borrowed to pay such costs.
Thank you. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
The Finance Committee recommend in favor, that was Article 18? 17. 6-1.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Murray, I have some discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Carrero.
I guess, having watched a meeting last night and having looked at now the dissolution of the Water Resources Committee, I'd like to know where the town plans on going with this. I know that there's a lot of regulation for the river, and I've heard stories about people's wells are too close to the septic systems. But I think before, and I'm the one that voted no on this, on the Finance Committee, I think that if we don't have an integrated plan in place, an initial plan, and now without a committee to take that plan and move it forward, I think we're spinning our wheels with this kind of money. There are a lot of communities, having worked for two of them, where $150,000 turns into multi-million dollars of septic regulation. So I think before we look at spending this kind of money, we need to really have a plan in place, the people in town to initiate that plan, because the state will come in and the Clean Water Trust will come in, and they're going to want to know what we want. Where do we want to go? How much money do we want to spend? I've heard situations where people are saying, some businesses on the corridor of Route 6 want this, and I've also heard that some businesses don't. This is an expensive proposition, and I think we need to be clear with the voters where this is going.
Thank you. Mr. Valcourt?
The Board of Selectmen has had numerous hearings and informational, sessions, along with the Water Resource Management Committee, about this particular study. This study is funded by a loan that we would take from the state at a low interest. It actually only represents $10,000 a year that we will have to pay back for this. And what this does is it actually gives us direction. This study will give us that direction that the chair of the Finance Committee is asking for. It will help us to develop a targeted plan, and that's a targeted and integrated plan in which we address stormwater, septic waste, runoff, clean water issues, a number of issues that we are currently facing as a town. And this study will help us to evaluate what the possible solutions are, what the cost would be, and it will also have, as you saw in the previous Article 15 and 14, I do believe, there will be public outreach in which the public will be involved in this process along the whole way. Once this process is finished, then we will reconstitute some type of water sewer commission, which will then help the planning board with the implementation of this particular, of these solutions. And that's why we're going to this study.
Thank you. Mr. Vera, I believe you are next.
Mr. Moderator, I share the concerns and come to the podium to support the chair of our Finance Committee's concerns about this article as it's presently set up and actions that have taken place recently. I do think that we need to do some kind of planning, and that's what we were attempting to do in the last 6 to 7 years, taking all subcommittees, estuaries committees, water and sewer committees, folks that wouldn't even sit in the same room together, and trying to talk through some of the issues for our town and try to address some of the areas that need to be addressed within our town. Now, maybe the Water Resource Committee in the last couple of years, I don't know the details, I'm no longer on that committee, but maybe things went south on that or whatever. But I don't think that we should move forward as a town asking for funding for financing. This is just letting, somebody under the tent, as the chair of the Finance Committee has said. Millions of dollars have gone down the road with very little control for people that live in the community without having that participation up front. I think it would be a mistake, if we're going to go into this, not to get a committee together immediately and have all representation of the town talk about this and come up with a consensus of where we want to go with this. Otherwise, we're going to have different political groups trying to lobby for how we're going to have the final project. I think that's a mistake. We did that many years ago in our town, and it took us a number of years to try to bring the people back into the same tent and work together. And unless we have some kind of an organization that goes along with this funding, I think I would agree with the chairman of the Finance Committee. It's going to be a very slippery slope that we're not going to be able to recover from.
Thank you. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole?
Yes, we have a presentation, I believe.
My apologies. This should have begun with a presentation.
Yes, it should have. I'll let you. There are only 5 slides. I'll waive or...
I want to apologize to Mr. Cole and to the meeting for failing to recall that we had prearranged a presentation which should have begun discussion. That was my mistake, and I apologize.
Thank you. All right. What is this proposal trying to achieve? And the overall goal is to improve the quality of life in Westport by identifying the problems and the most efficient improvements in the town's water, wastewater, and stormwater systems. To provide safe drinking water, reduce nutrient and bacterial pollution in the river, and to mitigate stormwater impacts. So far, we haven't done this in an orderly and systematic manner. We've had pieces of it worked at, and various pieces are now coming together, but we're now in a position where we can undertake a serious plan and come up with solutions. The sources of funds that are being proposed for this, the major part is a low-interest 2% loan from the Department of Environmental Protection. We submitted an application to them for the funding. They approved the funding. It's come back. It's been approved by the Board of Selectmen and the Planning Board and by other bodies in town. But anyway, it's an SRF loan for $150,000. We're asking using $30,000 from CPC funding, particularly for the outreach, and $15,000 of that comes from funds that were appropriated back in 2012, and the other $15,000 is what was requested tonight. So that the total cost will be $180,000, and it will be used to hire a high-quality environmental engineering firm that will develop what we call a targeted integrated plan for the East Branch watershed. By targeted, we're focusing on the East Branch. Integrated, we're looking at water, wastewater, and stormwater. And it's focused on the East Branch to try to reduce costs. It's also the area where the watershed has its most serious problems, and it is 70% of the total town. So we're trying to confine it, hit hardest at the major problem areas, and save money. Next. The key aspects of the planning process will be to review existing and future land uses and storm surges for impacts on drinking water and broadly on the environment. To identify areas of the watershed that face the most serious problems with water, wastewater, and stormwater and flooding. To develop a matrix of possible solutions to address the identified problems. So we'll have a matrix for water problems, wastewater problems, stormwater problems, and we will try to spell out the various possible solutions and their effectiveness and their costs. And that will be presented to the public for review of really trying to pin down what the issues are and help us make choices as to what's the best way to move going forward. Next. It will be a public planning process. We'll have open public presentation. We'll use CPA funding, especially for that. We will have a minimum of 3 public forums to be held to obtain public comment on all aspects of the plan. Finally, what the plan will accomplish. It will meet state directives to prepare a plan for achieving the nitrogen targets for TMDLs in the Westport River. It will provide a basis for applying for grants and low-cost loans to implement remedial measures, including infrastructure projects. It will provide guidance for town regulations and bylaws to shape future town development and organizational arrangements to manage those. So we see coming out of the planning process, this undertaking by experienced and capable people, recommendations to the town as how best we can proceed to implement it. So that's the main. I just add one brief footnote. We, as of the decision of last night, it didn't leave us in a vacuum or without any leadership. The planning board has been working, and the assistant town planner for water management is the town planner. And Jim Hartnett, who is very capable in dealing with
I'd ask you to avoid naming
Pardon me?
people by names. The town planner rather than
okay,
names.
town
Thanks.
planner, excuse me. All right. But has had experience in this and has worked with various others to try to put together the proposal and prepare the plan. We've also recently had arrive in town some retired folks like myself, a high-quality civil engineer with 50 years of experience of doing this, just this kind of work. And we've had another retiree from DEP who is highly experienced and knowledgeable about regulatory issues. And they will be important people working with the town planner to help guide the work of this planning group and to see that they address the issues that really concern the town in addition to what's going to come up in the public meetings. So this isn't just asking for money to hire somebody to spin their wheels and give us a report at the end of the year. We're hoping to get it done within a 1-year time, and we're wanting to try to assure you that it will be guided with some of the most capable professionals from the town side and thinking about these issues of structure and management and how can we move ahead most efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Mr. Moderator, I'm Robert Alves, 1185 American.
Can you speak a little more directly into the microphone? Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, Robert Alves, 1185 American Legion Highway. There was some talk about the east branch of the river. There's a development on 177 that dumps silt into the river, and all parties, planning board, Board of Health, COMCOM, the state knows about it, and no one's done anything about it. They keep threatening, nothing happens. We talk about having a committee put together. This town has big issues with getting a committee together and telling the town how much it's going to cost. Police station, grossly underpriced. It was more than what we were supposed to pay. The school, so I'd be very careful.
Is this going to come around to whether we should vote for or against the motion under Article 17?
I wouldn't vote for this because the town can't handle what they have now.
Okay, thanks. And I didn't mean to cut you off. It just sounded like you were wavering in another direction. If you're finished, then. Mr. Sullivan.
Hi, Michael Sullivan from 1380 Drift Road in Westport. I had a few more questions, but I want to thank the previous speaker who did have a presentation because it answered quite a few questions I had. But in the motion and the follow-up comments, it was mentioned that there were some businesses that were rumored to be in favor. That's actually was touched upon in the presentation is the value of this to potential development, like what we have on previous speaker mentioned, 177. That's a development. So the foundation blocks for good resources management starts with current studies. Anyone who comes into town and perhaps, or is in town and wants to make a major investment in water supply is going to check into Town Hall and ask about what's on the books now or what studies have been done. And I believe any studies are well out of date, and I think it's very timely now to address the overall health of the water resource so that those businesses in town, including ones we'll be discussing shortly, continue to thrive with their water needs as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure who is next. I'm going to guess it was Mr. Gillespie. If you dispute, I'll...
I think he was standing there before I was.
Okay. Mr. Alden?
John Alden, 192 Drift Road. I fully endorse this type of a program. It's well needed. The town needs it. The direction that we want to go into is to take care of our TMDL problem. My concern is we're actually managing this thing from the rear. We're establishing a fund without a committee. We just abolished the one committee in town that would be an appropriate committee to actually review and use this money to the best use. Now we're back into a situation we're in 6 years ago, which is several committees, all politically different in their views. We're trying to manage a program. No one agreed upon it, and eventually the Water Resource Management Committee was formed to eliminate that problem with representation throughout the town. Once this article is passed, who's going to organize a committee? Who's going to be on it? And who makes those decisions? And if we don't have that structure in place at this point in time, I recommend we pass over this article until a committee is formed that the people in town can have input to, so don't get back into the bad old days of nothing getting done with too many people involved in the process.
Thank you. Mr. Gillespie?
Yeah, Tim Gillespie. This proposal is basically a culmination of years of volunteer work and money spent by the town to sort of lay the groundwork for this very thing. The Massachusetts Estuaries Project was initiated to study nitrogen levels in different embayments in the state. And everybody here must know how much work went into that project and how much information we acquired through it. And during the discussions and trying to figure out where we go next, what kept coming up was we need a water management plan. That is a comprehensive plan that addresses all of these different issues. And that's exactly what this is. This is something we really need to do, and it's time to do it now. And it's worrying about who's going to manage it. There's plenty of people that will manage it. If the planning board doesn't do it, the selectmen can appoint a committee to do it. There's plenty of skilled people and knowledgeable people in this town that will be willing to sit on that committee and see that this thing goes in the direction that it goes so that we will have a proper roadmap for the future for these very issues.
Thank you. Mr. Vera, you've already spoken once, so your next turn would come after everyone else. Ma'am, you would be next.
Yes, Marilyn Pease. The problem I have is with the wording of the article, and I would like to make a motion to amend.
Okay, what is your amendment?
Okay. I think the way that the article is worded, a yes vote on this would lock us into implementation of a plan that has not happened yet. So my recommendation for amending this article would be to remove the words "to guide the town's selection and implementation of actions," just to take that out, and then the rest of the article can stay the same, just so that we don't commit ourselves to implementation of a plan that has not yet taken place.
Remember, in the beginning, I explained that an article poses a question and a motion proposes an answer. So I think you're referencing the question there, and the answer was the very long motion that was read earlier. Now, if you'd like to come up here, I can let you look at the text of that motion and tell me what in it you would like to change, but the article is the article. We don't change that. We're discussing a motion under that article.
Well, my motion would be just to remove that phrase.
And where did you find that in the motion?
And Article 17.
Okay, but do you understand that what you're seeing in the warrant under Article 17 is a warrant article? That is a question being asked of the town. When I asked the chairman of the Finance Committee to offer us a motion, he read a very long stretch of legalese, which was the proposed answer to that question. We're now discussing whether to answer the question in that way. So we can't change the question, but we can answer it any way we want.
Okay, well, the problem that I have is that voting on it the way it is would lock us into an implementation of a plan that has not yet taken place. I don't have a problem with the forming a committee and getting the public outreach and all that, but it's just that the implementation part of something that has not yet taken place is a bit unreasonable.
Mr.
Okay,
Moderator,
so
could I just do a quick answer to that?
if she chooses to ask you a question, so do you have a question?
Yeah, about the implementation on a plan that has not taken place yet.
Okay, Mr. Cole, can you be a little bit more specific with that question? What is it that you're trying to?
I think I understand.
Mr. Cole, would you please not engage in direct conversation?
Okay.
Thank you.
I was talking to you. I'm sorry.
Okay, and I'm trying to ask her specifically what
All
her
right.
question is.
Okay.
Okay. Specifically, I don't want a yes vote on this to lock us into implementing a plan that has not yet taken place.
Okay, well,
We
that
are
is-
going
that
to
is-
have public outreach and the opportunity for the public to have their say in what this is all about. And I think we should be waiting until that plan has taken place in order to vote on implementing something that has not yet taken place.
Okay. I did not hear a question in that, which is fine. You don't have to ask a question. But I'm not going to pass a question along if you do not have one. Did you have?
I don't understand, I don't want to be voting yes on something that's going to lock us into implementing a plan that has not taken place. I think he knows what I'm talking about, so if he can just answer me,
Is your question, will the motion under this article lock us into implementing something?
Right, because, I mean, from what...
Is your question, yes or no, please, is your question, does the motion under this article lock us into an implementation plan?
An implementation of the plan that has not yet been made.
Okay, so your question is, does the motion under this article lock us into the implementation of a plan that has not already been made?
Yes.
That sounds like a yes or no question. Although I'm going to ask you, just to be fair to everyone else, you've already had your chance to speak. So yes or no, and the briefest of explanations, please.
The operating word is to guide.
Okay, guide.
Not to lock in.
Right.
Okay.
Only to guide.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything further?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that guiding, and then we're not, by voting yes on this, that guiding us into a plan that we're not going to be locked into whatever that plan is going to be. That's all I want to make sure.
The motion before us is to appropriate some money and to raise it by borrowing from a state agency and defining some purposes for that money. It's not making policy or creating plans.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's see, next is, sir, I'm sorry, the gentleman at the back mic.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I rise in support of Article 17. My name, again, is John Bullard, and I speak with some trepidation because I'm a relatively new resident of Westport, having been here only 5 years. But what drew me to Westport was in large part the Westport River. And I very much appreciate both its beauty and the stresses that it's under, primarily from nitrogen. And my wife and I are very aware of both what nitrogen is doing, the disappearance and erosion of the banks and the islands in the river, and also the stress of the water that we depend on. And so we're very much in favor of a targeted, integrated water plan. And this article does that. The other point I would make is that we moved to Westport from the city of New Bedford, where I was mayor in the late 1900s. And one of the things I faced when I was mayor was water issues. It's one of the reasons I became the ex-mayor, was building a sewer plant. And one of the things I learned in facing that challenge is that facing water issues, as if you procrastinate, the cost never goes down. It only goes up. And I was left with an issue of, from my forebears who didn't want to face the issue that we're facing here tonight. And so in New Bedford, a different community than Westport, the cost could have been solved dealing with wastewater issues for $25 million, but because no one wanted to face it, when I had to deal with it, it wasn't $25 million, it was $200 million. And so the costs go up when you procrastinate, and that's an expensive lesson. And so, yeah, nobody likes to spend money, but if you wait, you don't save money, it just goes up. That's an expensive lesson. So $150,000 is a lot of money, but this is a state revolving fund. This is a costly issue that Westport faces, dealing with fresh water, dealing with wastewater, but it's a cost we are going to have to deal with. But our river faces serious problems, and this plan is a way for all of us to figure out what we're going to have to do if we want to save our river. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schufelt, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to clarify, there's been some conversation this evening about what happened at the Select Board meeting last night. And it is true that the Board of Selectmen voted to disband the Water Resource Management Committee. We just remain in complete support of this article and urge you to have a favorable vote on this article. The concerns that we had with the committee, there were two primary concerns that we had with the committee as it was formed last night. One is that they've had difficulty getting we have had difficulty getting representation in the way that it's formed. It includes 5 members from each precinct, and it has some other appointed positions. But notably absent from the Water Resource Management Committee is the Planning Board, the Assistant Town Administrator, and the Town Planner. Those positions have all been really critical roles in looking at water. You've heard from the Planning Board. they're critically involved in water, and we think it's important that they have a role to play. When we disbanded the committee, we did so with the idea that we would reform the committee, partially using the results of this process, either from the plan itself when it's delivered, or from interim results, or things that we hear during the community forum. So as we expressed last night very clearly, we understand that we have a role as your water commissioners. We understand the planning board has a role, and the Conservation Commission has a role. These are all important bodies that need to be getting together. So we do intend to form a committee, but we want to be more thoughtful in the way that we're comprising that. The second concern that we had with the committee was that it didn't appear to have a current charge. That when we tried to understand exactly what it is that we were tasking the committee with doing, and when we questioned the committee about what they understood their charge to be, it was very vague. So what we believe is that we need some time to put together the appropriate representation of the appropriate bodies, and that we need a little bit of time to figure out precisely what question we're asking the committee. We don't want to have an indefinite committee. We want them to have a purpose, and that's what we intend to do. Meanwhile, all these groups still have responsibility for the issues that they have. We still have a responsibility for our portion. The Board of Health has a portion of water, the Planning Board, and we intend to work with them very carefully to craft the next iteration of the committee.
Thank you. Sir?
Mr. Moderator, I rise to support this article.
Will you identify yourself, please?
I will. My name is Robert Daler. I live at 1800 Drift Road. I'm a member of the Planning Board. And I echo the Chairman of the Selectmen's comments that I don't want the town meeting to think that if they vote for this article, which I strongly hope that they do, that we're off in some rudderless venture without anyone in charge or anyone overseeing the process. The Planning Board, with the help of the Selectmen, wrote the grant and wrote the loan application, received the loan application, and has drafted a scope of work for the consultant. All of those pieces are in place. The Planning Board, with the help of the Selectmen, will guide this study. Your elected Planning Board is charged with planning for your community. It is our responsibility to do the very work of this article. And we stand ready to do it. We are the driving force behind getting the money for this, and we will be the driving force upon delivering a report that can lead to actions and to identify the responsibilities of the various boards and commissions in the town. So I hope that there isn't anyone here that thinks that there isn't someone in charge. Your Planning Board is in charge of delivering the report to you.
Thank you. Sir?
Philip Weinberg, 1702 Drift Road. I'm secretary, a member of the Board of Health. I'm also a member of the Conservation Commission. And so both those bodies voted unanimously in favor of the warrant article. I was also a member from the Conservation Commission on the Water Resource Management Committee. And I enjoyed my work on that committee. But it was a committee that met once a month, had no staff, had no resources at all. And I think that as compared to the Planning Board, and this type of project is the type of project that cannot really be managed by a committee that's only meeting once a month. And we did have a lot of trouble getting volunteers to come and participate on the committee. So I think if we want this to actually move forward, then we do need a body like the Planning Board to carry it forward and to coordinate with the Conservation Commission and with the Board of Health and to develop a very robust public participation plan, because I think it is extremely important that the public be involved in every stage of this. But I think if we want to move effectively, then we need to move forward with the planning board and with the public outreach as proposed.
Thank you. Ms. Ryden?
Tanya Ryden, I call a question.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to call the question. So once again, that means we will take a vote on whether to continue discussion. A yes vote means you've heard all the discussion you need to on the motion under this article. A no vote means you'd like discussion to continue. So all those in favor of calling the question and ending discussion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. That is carried. So all those in favor of the motion under Article 17 will please raise their hands. Those opposed? That is carried by a clear 2/3 majority. Article 18, to see if the town will vote pursuant to MGL Chapter 41, Section 1B, to make the elected position of treasurer an appointed position. Such appointment to be made by the Board of Selectmen for a term not to exceed 3 years, provided, however, that before such change may take effect, it must be approved by the voters of the town at the 2019 annual town election, and provided further that the incumbent elected treasurer shall continue in said office until the expiration of his elected term or sooner vacating of office, and are taking that action relative thereto, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. Is there a member of the board who can offer some motion?
I move the town adopt the provisions of Article 18.
Thank you. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
The Finance Committee recommends in favor, 6-1.
Is there any discussion?
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
I'd just like to briefly explain the thought process from the Board of Selectmen about how this article got on the warrant. As you saw earlier, the town is managing a $39 million budget, and we're about to issue bonds in approximately $60 million. This is a large enterprise that we're running here in our little town. The nature of an elected position is such that we cannot guarantee any sort of minimum qualifications for the person running. It's elected. It's been unopposed in the last elections. There's no way to ensure that the person that's holding that position actually has any sort of financial background at all. There are no skills or qualifications that we can set that require for an elected official. Further, the limitations of it being an elected official mean that it has to be a town resident, and we've set the salary, so you're limiting your pool of available candidates, in my opinion, unnecessarily. So it's an unnecessary limitation, and we cannot guarantee a minimum qualification. The second concern that I have is that, because I appreciate part of the argument is say, let the voters decide, the voters will hold this person accountable. But the problem that occurs with that is that the treasurer is in a position that is not very public-facing very often. While we are having meetings every couple of weeks, and most of your elected officials are having meetings and are coming before you quite frequently, the treasurer's office is in a behind-the-scenes kind of job, and there's not very much public oversight. When there are issues or concerns with the treasurer's office, we sometimes hear about them in the Board of Selectmen, but there's very little we can do because there's no oversight and there's no authority we have to impact that position. So I think it's doing the town a disservice when we have such a critical function in our town where we cannot guarantee qualifications and we cannot guarantee accurate oversight. Thank you.
Mr. Caesar?
Mr. Moderator, my name is Arthur Caesar. I live on Sanford Road. I oppose this article. I'm against removing any elected official. I believe the people have a right to vote who is their treasurer. It should not be appointed. There isn't a person on that stage tonight that I wouldn't be honored to have at my dinner table. But I don't know if that's going to be that way 2 years, 3 years, 4 years from now. I would like the opportunity to vote for the person who is going to hold the job of town treasurer in my town. This town like ours is the bastion of freedom. This is the way it was meant to be when our forefathers gave us the right to vote. Every man, one vote. If we do this tonight to the position of treasurer, what's to say that next year someone says, oh, we need to make the town clerk's job an appointed position. Or we need to make the moderator's job an appointed position. Or maybe somebody will get an idea that we have to, someone will appoint the Board of Selectmen instead of us having the opportunity to elect that person. I'm against it. I believe it's un-American, and I hope that you folks agree with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion of the motion under Article 18? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. That is carried. Article 19, to see if the town will vote to amend its bylaws and regulations relative to sewage disposal systems as described in the article. This is sponsored by the Board of Health. Mr. Weinberg?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town adopt the provisions of Article 19 as printed in the warrant.
Thanks. Is there a second?
Second.
We have the Finance Committee recommendation.
Mr. Moderator, the Finance Committee makes no recommendation unanimously.
Thank you. Discussion?
Yes, this is a provision that's been in the bylaws for many years. It was most recently amended, I think, in 2014. It's really designed to give added protection to our wetland and our water resources by prohibiting the construction of new septic systems within 100 feet of those resource areas, subject to an exception. The proposal seeks to amend two portions of the bylaw, mostly as a result of the experience of the Board of Health since the amendment. And the first one is that currently the bylaw prohibits any septic system from being newly septic system being located within 100 feet from the resource area. And we propose to change that to a no soil absorption system, which most people know is the leach field, rather than the septic system itself, because the septic system includes all these portions that are not really responsible for releasing effluent into the environment. And so we think it unnecessarily constrains the location of the system, and limiting it to the soil absorption system makes more sense from an environmental impact point of view. The other change is to the variance, the one exception, which is now to require a hydrogeologic investigation. What we propose, which means doing testing wells to see which way the water is flowing, and it's expensive, it's never been done, and I don't think the results would be very conclusive. What we're proposing instead is to allow, if someone wants to construct put their leach field within 100 feet, that it be a denitrifying system. That is a system that is set up to reduce by at least half the concentrations of nitrogen. And we want to promote those systems in the town, and we think over the long run that would be much more effective. That's it.
Thank you. Any further discussion of the motion under Article 19? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Article 20, to see if the town will vote to amend its bylaws and regulations by revising two sections of Article, what is that? I've forgotten how Roman numerals work. The one there, by the Historical Commission bylaw as described in the article. Sponsored by the Historical Commission. May I have a motion, please?
I'm Rudd Lawrence. I move that we pass over this article.
Thank you. We have a motion to pass over Article 20. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of passing over Article 20, which means taking no action under it, will please say aye. Aye. I'm sorry, sir. Sir, did you want to discuss the motion to pass over? Okay. Those opposed to passing over will please say, those opposed? Oh, it is carried unanimously. Then we pass over Article 20. Article 21, to see if the town will vote to amend its bylaws and regulations for the purpose of regulating the design and construction of buildings for effective use of energy as described in the article. This is sponsored by the Energy Committee. And I believe we were looking for a motion from a member of the Energy Committee. Mr. Connors.
Tony Connors from the Energy Committee. I move the town adopt the provisions of Article 21 as printed in the warrant.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
Finance Committee recommends in favor, 6-1.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Sir? Sir?
Walter Barnes, Vice Chairman, Energy Committee. The Energy Committee learned that the town already complies with 4 of the criteria required to become a green community from the Regional Coordinator for Green Communities. The only criterion we need to complete the application is to become a green community is the stretch goal. And now, there is now a new base energy code and an associated new stretch code, which is almost no stretch at all. The basic difference in cost is for a HERS energy rater. HERS is Home Energy Rating System, which is required by the stretch code for new residential construction. Total additional costs are between $1,600 and $3,000 for a typical single-family home. Mass save rebates cover most of the extra costs, $1,300 to $1,700. And the homeowner receives annual energy cost savings year after year. Please note that there has been a substantial increase in the cost of oil and gas over the past year. And it should be noted that the mandatory base energy code is upgraded every 3 years and accounts for most of the added cost of new construction. The stretch code is optional and can be rescinded once made a bylaw. It applies to only new construction, not additions or renovations. 210 towns and cities out of a total of 351 are now green communities in Massachusetts. They cover 68% of the state population. In our region, 6 cities and towns are now green communities. They include Dartmouth and New Bedford. Wareham just adopted the stretch code at their April town meeting. Hanover is a town similar in population to Westport. It is located towards the South Shore. Since the inception of Green Community Grants in 2010, Hanover has received a total of 6 Green Community Grants, ranging from around $136,000 to close to $227,000 for a total amount of over $1 million. A generous amount of this money has gone into school energy programs, something the Energy Committee would like to do in Westport. This new revenue source would free up money in the town budget for other spending priorities. Furthermore, the net result of the energy efficient policies of all the green communities, cities, and towns is a substantial reduction in greenhouse gas emissions to help save the environment. I highly recommend that we adopt this bylaw.
Thank you. Mr. Connors?
Tony Connors from the Energy Committee. I'd like to add a few comments to the previous speaker. The goal of this is not to add another regulation in town. As the previous speaker mentioned, it's really, this is, this energy stretch code, the building stretch code, is really a means of getting into the Green Communities program. As mentioned, it's a state program that helps reduce energy use and costs for municipalities in the town. Just to give you an example of what we might do with this money would be to improve the heating and air conditioning in the town hall or annex. Just an example of the many things that we could do. This program's been around for 8 years. It's given out $80 million, $14 million last year. The money comes from the utilities. This is not tax money. This is money that the state's been collecting from the utilities, and we have not been getting any of it. Other towns have. The stretch code, as mentioned, is just an extension of the base energy code, which requires a home energy rating, which, as previously mentioned, adds a little bit to the cost, but about 1% of the cost. And by the way, this is only for new construction, not for existing homes. Does not have anything to do with existing homes. And the energy payoffs are usually in the 3 to 4 years. We asked the Dartmouth building inspector about any complaints that they got from builders or homeowners. There were 0. Nor has any town rescinded their vote. Over 218 towns have joined this, 60%, as was mentioned before. So why would we reject this when 60% of the towns have already voted for it? Our town would get tens of thousands of dollars for much-needed energy upgrades. Last year, Dartmouth got $223,000. New Bedford got $600,000. The cost is less than 1% for an average new home, and that would be covered by energy savings over a few years. And the stretch code is going to become part of the base building code anyway. Every 2 or 3 years, they upgrade it, and it's going to be there anyway. So we can passively wait for it, missing out on money in the meantime, or we can join the 200+ other communities and start getting grants for much-needed energy improvements in town. We hope you'll vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion under Article 21 will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried. And before we move on to the next article, our attendance for tonight from Precinct A, 22, Precinct B, 75, Precinct C, 26, Precinct D, 39, Precinct E, 76, for a total of 238. 238. So, Article 22, see if the town will vote to amend its bylaws and regulations relative to non-medical marijuana establishments. We normally only speak about one article at a time, but I'm going to make an exception to that and have the planning board give us a brief explanation of how the next several articles interrelate with one another. I think it's worth the break in tradition to help clarify this. So, Mr. Whiten?
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Jim Whiten from the Planning Board. We have 6 articles or 7 articles tonight on marijuana, non-medical marijuana or recreational marijuana. Articles 24.
Can everyone hear? Yeah.
Articles 24 through 28 would regulate the siting and other aspects of site plan review for recreational marijuana establishments. Article 22 and 23 are prohibition articles. Article number 22 is an article which is a town article which requires just a 50% majority to prohibit. Article 23 is a zoning bylaw that requires a 2/3 majority for prohibition. Next one. Background. November 2016, the voters voted 53% in favor of limited adult use of marijuana. Westport voters approved it by 52.8% in favor. In December of 2016, the state legislature passed Chapter 351 of the Acts of 2016, which exempted cultivation from the agricultural zoning exemption listed in Chapter 40A, Section 3, and it delayed the deadlines. And last July, the state legislature created Mass General Law, Chapter 94G, and a 5-person Cannabis Control Commission and a 25-person Cannabis Advisory Board. And later in December, approved the draft regulations. In March, they approved the final regulations. In April 10th, Westport approved at a poll 57% in favor of prohibiting. So, next slide. So, where we are today, we've already gone through the prohibition from locating in town as a poll. To do it finally, you have to approve one of those 2 prohibition articles that are 22 and 23. The other options are B, permit recreational marijuana establishments in town and adopt zoning bylaws to regulate the number of establishments and where they can be located. And those, again, are Articles 24 through 27. In C, we can extend the zoning moratorium until December of this year to allow further study of the impacts of recreational marijuana establishments if permitted in town. So we have those options. Next. Article 24 creates a new zoning bylaw that would limit the number of recreational marijuana establishments and regulate the use. Article 25 adds marijuana definitions and amends the table of use to the town's zoning bylaws. Article 26 excludes recreational marijuana use from the town's definition of agriculture. And Article 27 excludes recreational marijuana from the town's definition for home occupations. Next. So Article 24 can regulate the time, place, and manner of where a recreational establishment can be located. And that is both a store, the retail outlet, the growing facility, the testing facility, and the manufacturing facilities. May not be unreasonably impracticable, means that the local bylaws cannot be so difficult to comply with that they would subject licensees to unreasonable risk or require such a high investment or risk.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I perhaps should have reviewed these slides more carefully. What's really appropriate for us right now is to understand the interrelationship with the articles. If this relates specifically to Article 24, we might want to save it for Article 24 when we're actually facing that decision.
All right. I think we're
okay.
I think, just to be
Thanks.
clear, Article 22 and 23 are prohibition articles. If they're prohibited, we would probably pass over 24 through 27.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. So, we are on Article 22. See if town will vote to recommend to amend its bylaws and regulations relative to non-medical marijuana establishments as described in the article sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. Is there a member of the board who will offer us a motion?
I move that the town adopt the provisions of Article 22 as printed in the warrant.
Thank you. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
Finance Committee voted to make no recommendation.
Thank you. Discussion? Mr. Sullivan?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mike Sullivan, Cherry and Webb Lane. I think the previous speaker did do a good job of telling you what these motions will do. I'd like to start by telling you what they will not do. This article,
I'm going
everybody
to speak more loudly. And at this point, I'm going to ask you to speak only to Article 22,
Yes.
which is a proposal to change our general bylaws to prohibit non-medical marijuana establishments.
Exactly. Can everybody hear me now? Okay. So I'd like to start by saying what this article will not do. This article will not prohibit people from using marijuana That is now their right as established by the 2016 ballot initiative. This article will not prevent people from growing their own marijuana. That is now their right as well. This article will not prohibit people from purchasing marijuana in other neighboring cities and towns. This article will not prohibit the establishment of medical marijuana facilities here in Westport. That's already happened. We've already given the preliminary green light to 2 facilities. The applicants have assured us that their business models do not rely upon retail sales, recreational sales, I should say. This article will not be a game changer as far as revenues for the town. If you read ahead and if you listen to the previous speaker, the very likely outcome here will be that if we don't prohibit, we'll have 2 or 3 facilities, and we might expect revenues in the 6 figures, okay? We would really need to create what would be the equivalent of a Colorado Green Mile on Route 6 in order to really have a game-changing revenue source for the town. Don't forget, some of that revenue also will be needed for additional safety or public safety, law enforcement, and regulatory personnel. I'd also like to say that this vote is not and should not be a moral judgment on those who want to use this product. This is a choice that they can now legally make. What this vote does represent is a recognition by the state of this very special status that marijuana has as a newly legalized drug that is deserving of a fair bit of local control. They provided us with this prohibition mechanism so that at least at this stage of the game, we can choose whether or not to locate stores in our town. In addition to the fact that I don't believe the money is going to be a game changer, I'd like to offer you 3 reasons why we should vote for prohibition tonight. The first is I'll call it second chance. Tonight is our only opportunity and last chance to put the brakes on this process. If we do not enact prohibition in this vote, we will quickly move on, as the previous speaker said, to deciding how many stores we will have and where they will be located. If, on the other hand, we vote for prohibition, we'll be giving ourselves an opportunity to reconsider and allow recreational retail or some other form of the regulation at a future date. Second reason is agriculture. Last week I attended a public session put on by a group of local farmers who wanted to grow cannabis and produce several products for sale elsewhere. They have no interest in a store. It occurred to me that our presently proposed model leaves them out in the cold in favor of 2 or 3 retail operations. As an agricultural community, we might consider revisiting these regulations to allow our farmers to participate in this new market by selling their products legally elsewhere and have us favor growers over retailers. The third reason is probably the most important reason, and that's young people. We have a lot to learn about how to regulate all forms of marijuana that will now be sold in these stores, and that includes drinks, pills, candies, and many other forms. Although these products will be available for sale next door in Fall River and many other towns, more stores and more local stores means more availability. More availability means these drugs will have the opportunity to find their way down the food chain to kids well under 21. I know a good portion of these teenagers already use this drug, but I'm sure no one in this room would encourage any more use than is already occurring. In summary, I ask the town meeting here to consider and ratify the results the previous speaker showed you of the prohibition vote last month, and to slow this process down so that we can learn from other municipalities here in Massachusetts before we rush into recreational retail operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Vieira?
Mr. Moderator, I rise in support of not going forward with non-medical marijuana. We have medical marijuana. I support it 100%. From my experience as a veteran, my experience as a college educator, and my experience as a farmer, and my experience as a selectman working in this community. My family experience would tell me that whether we have recreational or not, it's happening in our community more than maybe we want to admit to. But I think we can set a message. Other communities have done the same. If we want to make it for recreational use because we have beer and liquor being sold in our community, we have a right to do that. We also have a right to say, we think we might want to stop the recreational in our community and set an example, if we can, the best we can, to our community and to our children and to our neighbors. I know this is a difficult situation. I know we're probably swimming against the tide, but we do have a right. We could vote to keep recreational marijuana out of retail sales within our community. And I think in a small way, we might send a message to other folks by doing so. So I would hope you would support this and support that we would certainly continue with medical marijuana, but I see no reason why we have to have recreational marijuana in our community.
Thank you. Ms. Gee?
Constance Gee. Can everybody hear me? As you know, about 2 years ago, almost 53% of Westport residents, more than 4,000 people, voted to allow the retail sale of marijuana to adults over 21. Now opponents are attempting to undermine that vote with the argument that banning sales here in Westport doesn't mean that we can't buy marijuana at all, just not in our own town. They're afraid. They're afraid of what they don't know about marijuana and what they think they do know about it, mostly garnered from oppositional propaganda replete with skewed statistics and hysterical claims. They're afraid that the devil's weed is somehow...
You know what, I'm going to ask you not to talk about what other people think.
Well, I am
you're welcome to say what you think, but none of us knows what anybody else thinks.
This comes straight... Can you hear me?
Yes.
This comes straight from a email blast that was sent out. Not this part, but...
Okay, that doesn't
I'm
change my
answering.
request
Okay.
that you not talk about what other people think.
Okay.
We want to hear what you think.
I am going to talk about what a former selectman sent out in an email blast, because it was sent out to hundreds of people here in Westport and has just been, and I would like to respond to those points that were made. May I do that?
You can, but understand that town meeting is a different forum than email blasts are. And so email blasts are without rules, and town meeting is with rules, and we don't characterize other people's motivations, thoughts, and so on. So tell us what you think and rebut any facts and talk about any facts, but I'm going to ask you not to talk about other people being afraid. And
what was said was that as proponents of prohibition, they see no value in debating whether marijuana is better or worse for people than alcohol. From that perspective of someone that wants to prohibit, they are totally right to see no value in that debate, because the medical community came to the conclusion long ago that marijuana is far less dangerous than alcohol or tobacco. Around 50,000 people die each year from alcohol poisoning. Similarly, more than 400,000 deaths each year are attributed to tobacco smoking. By comparison, reports the Center for Disease Control, marijuana is non-toxic and cannot cause death by overdose. Why? Because cannabis does not affect the parts of the brain that control heartbeat and breathing. It is alcohol that should be Schedule I, not pot. People say they're not making a moral judgment about the use of marijuana with this vote. Oh, yes, they are. Those that say that say they are concerned about the message that this will be sent to our children by a hasty and local embrace of this controversial and still federally illegal industry. Wow, that sure sounds like a moral judgment to me. It is said that they are concerned about the effects this mind-altering substance has and will have on young people whose brains are still developing, and the potential that local stores mean more availability and opportunity for underage use. Let's talk about this one for just a moment. If you are truly concerned about juveniles getting their hands on marijuana, then get it off the streets and behind the counter. Do you seriously think it is not already available here at Westport High School? It is easier to get a joint than a six-pack. Heck, you gotta talk somebody over 21 into buying you a six-pack. I'm sure that any teenager who wants to score a couple of joints can do so from one of their classmates. Marijuana stores are strictly regulated and surrounded by security. You have to show your ID just to walk in the door. There is also the very important issue of safety for adult consumers. I have a medical marijuana permit, so I can and I do drive over to Fairhaven to purchase what I know is pesticide-free, mold-free, unadulterated cannabis. What I smoke and ingest is pure and safe. But there are many adults who enjoy marijuana that may be unable to get a medical permit and do not like the idea of having to register with the state. I totally get that. Why give the state or federal government any more private information than you must? And why should Westport residents who want to enjoy marijuana have to drive to another town?
You have about 20 seconds left on your 5 minutes.
Maybe we'd prefer to patronize a shop owner we know personally. Maybe we like the idea of keeping our dollars in Westport. I know that's why I still shop at Lee's instead of going over to the Market Basket like so many of our friends are doing. Which brings me to, yes, the economic argument. Up to 6% of the gross sales would go to the town. This revenue would not be earmarked, meaning that the town can use
Thank you.
it on the money
Your
that
5
they
minutes has
want.
expired.
I am
Your
thinking that
5
an
minutes has
integrated
your
water
5 minutes has
resources
expired. Please be
management
seated.
system would be a good place
You're
to spend
being
that
warned
money.
once.
Please join me in voting against this and
Ma'am? 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 Do not test me or the meeting like that again. You will not speak in this meeting again if you persist in continuing to talk when you've been asked to be silent. And I'm going to ask one of the police officers to please remove her from the room if she persists in speaking. If you continue to speak, I will ask to have you removed from the room. This is the way town meeting works. You may have a second opportunity to speak after everyone who would like to speak for the first time has. You had your 5 minutes. Other people get their turn. You may have yours after they have spoken. Mr. Corey.
Brian Corey. The problem with this article, as I see it, is that it not only bans retail establishments. We can all agree maybe that's something that we don't want. But it limits the ability of the town to become financially rewarded by other establishments. Mainly cultivation centers, laboratory testing facilities, even kitchen facilities where wholesale production of the products would go on. Those types of facilities would not be open to the general public and would still contribute to the town's economic well-being. So while other communities are moving forward and embracing on a commercial or production level marijuana, Westport will say no to everything. So it won't be just individuals going next door to Fall River or Dartmouth or New Bedford or Fairhaven for retail purchases, but it will be those large corporations which are dedicating millions of dollars for towards commercial ventures. Swansea just passed a referendum rezoning a large commercial building where the developer has dedicated $7 million in capital for a production facility. Again, they're estimating that there will be over 200 jobs, high-paying jobs, and an incredible amount of revenue towards that town. So by adopting this article, you'll ban retail sales, but you'll also ban expansion of the economy and providing of potential for jobs and revenue for the town. So I'd ask you to vote against the adoption of this article.
Thank you. Mr. Carrero?
Thank you. We've been back and forth with conversation on this, and I haven't heard one conversation on the toll of public safety. Does anybody have a study or a slide they can put up on how many more runs the police department that's already strapped and the fire department that's already strapped are going to have to go through? Does anybody have that data? I'm asking that question.
That's a rhetorical question. If you'd like me to pass that question on to someone else in the hall, I'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, either the
Is there anyone
police chief or...
who can volunteer to answer that question? Study regarding increased demand on police resources from non-medical marijuana establishments. Chief Pelletier?
I thought I was next.
Chief Pelletier is going to speak as a part of Mr. Carrero's time to answer his question.
I understand that you wanted an answer.
Ms. Newcomer, Mr. Carrero
Excuse me?
still has the floor.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble
He asked a question, and Chief Pelletier is going to answer that for him.
All right.
You'll have the opportunity in just a minute.
Then I'll
Chief Pelletier?
I can tell you that we're breaking new ground here in Massachusetts. There are no current studies because this is new to Massachusetts. I can tell you in Colorado, and depending on who you want to believe from their studies that they're doing and who's putting out the data, but they are having serious problems. And Mr. Sullivan, the previous speaker, did allude to all the concerns that I do have. I can tell you that in Westport, we are not prepared for recreational.
Can I ask you you'd be welcome to offer more comments later, but can you just confine it to answering his question, which it sounds like there are no studies in Massachusetts, but some in Colorado who have indicated an increased demand on police resources?
Yes.
Does that answer your question?
Thank you, yes.
Thanks. So, Mr. Carrero, anything else?
That's it.
Okay.
Well, I would like to commend
Ms.
the young
Ms.
woman.
Newcomer, you're next.
Grace Newcomer. I was a community college teacher for 25 years, had 5 children growing up in the 60s and 70s, and I have grandchildren. And I thought a lot about the drug problem. And of course, alcohol seems to me to be the worst. Fentanyl, as you know, is causing opioids. However, if our young people had jobs that were meaningful, paid well, I doubt they would be looking for the recreational drugs and exposing themselves. I think our society forgets if we did not buy drugs, drugs would not be destroying our society. Something's wrong in the culture of the school systems, perhaps the problem that maybe that's 50% divorces, that
Ms.
50%
Newcomer,
of families are one
your
parent
points are all
family.
valid, but we're trying to decide whether
trying to
we should
place
change
it.
our bylaws relative to marijuana.
I would like to suggest that if we taxed marijuana, retail marijuana, got the income and used it to provide help for people who are in addiction, I would welcome retail marijuana in this town if we could control it and use funds that come in to help people who have drug problems, whether it's marijuana or not.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, hello, Michael Sullivan on Drift Road. Rise up to, I just have to make sure I say the right thing because the multiple articles are a little confusing, but I do not want to prohibit marijuana, which is, so is that for or
Right
against
now, we're
this?
discussing a change to our general bylaws to prohibit non-medical marijuana related
So a
business.
yes vote is to prohibit.
Yes, a yes vote is to prohibit.
So I'm rising in opposition to this article, and I'd like to tell you the reason why. First, I'll start with the interrelationship between non-medical marijuana, which is what this article points to, in what is emerging in the state of Massachusetts with the multiple dispensaries that are already been built and in business. Many are, in fact, looking to the emergence of the newly approved non-medical as part of what they do. And in fact, that's the medical marijuana industry is full of regulation, it's full of security, and those that have been built have met the utmost level of Commonwealth of Massachusetts laws in order to be in business. They pay quite a bit of tax revenue to their host communities. So I do want to point out that a previous speaker talked about I thought he mentioned a city in a drag strip of marijuana shops. I believe the planning board's done a good job in how to, on further articles that relate to this article, how they would be spread out in the town of Westport. So the articles after 22 will show you more what the personality of medical marijuana and non-medical marijuana is going to have in Westport. The problem with saying no to non-medical marijuana is those businesses that are willing and looking to make substantial investments into Westport, in fact, into areas that have other options. As we look at the layout and places in town that are being looked at on related articles, we'll see that the overlay district for the strip clubs is also, some of those buildings are being considered for medical marijuana. So we've already allowed certain parcels to be built as strip clubs. So getting back to the public safety piece, I wonder if we have a study of what public safety issues come about in the town of Dartmouth, including murder, from the alternative uses of those land. So the non-medical marijuana has to be an option for these businesses because they're finding that to have exclusively medical marijuana, they're no longer able to compete with the other towns around that are having both at the same site. So I really think that the businesses that are looking to start in town with full regulation, both at the state level and what you have before you that the zoning board, the planning board has put together, adequately manage those commercial areas and in fact fill some of the few parcels that are left for other businesses that I think we would have more problems with. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Belcourt?
I rise in opposition of this article, and I'm the only member of the current board that is opposed to it. And my reasons are wide and varied, but my biggest reason is that for 81 years, marijuana has been demonized in the press, in the public eye, and across the entire world, basically, because it was generally the choice of people of limited means. It was their drug of choice. And also because actually the original prohibition was due to really paper companies not wanting to have to compete with hemp because hemp paper is much cheaper and more environmentally friendly to make. So those, we go back that far as to why it was originally prohibited. The voters of Massachusetts voted to allow this. The voters of Westport voted to allow this. And for many years, we have had multiple problems. The chair of the Finance Committee brought up the question, how much is this going to place, the burden that it's going to place on law enforcement? I would like to ask the same question of the Chief of Police. How many calls does the department respond to for domestic violence where alcohol is involved? And on the opposite side, how many calls for domestic violence are they called to where marijuana is involved? And if he can answer that question for me, I would appreciate that.
So would you like me to pass that question on to the Chief of Police?
Through the chair, yes.
But that is going to relate back to, so alcohol somehow has some relationship to how we should vote on our
to
bylaws
the
about-
point I'm trying to make.
Okay. Chief Pelletier, can you give us a comparison between the calls your department makes for marijuana-related issues versus alcohol-related issues? And are we asking only about domestic violence?
Yes.
Okay.
Related to domestic violence.
Can you give us the approximate proportion of domestic violence-related calls that involve marijuana versus those that involve alcohol?
We do not have a statistic that discerns the two, but I can tell you they are frequently correlated.
For
Marijuana and alcohol within the home.
within the home.
Frequent.
Mr. Valcourt, may I ask you to please direct your questions
Sorry.
through me? Thank you.
I just couldn't hear him, I'm sorry.
Okay, so is your question adequately answered?
Not really. I didn't get the statistics I was looking for. But to go on, overwhelmingly, and I've asked this of numerous officers that I know, and my own father, who was an officer of the court for many years, very rarely is a domestic violence case come where marijuana was involved. Extremely commonly are domestic violence issues that happen because of alcohol. We have 12 stores in town where you can go purchase alcohol, 12. We also have numerous other convenience stores where you can go purchase cigarettes. We have 450,000 deaths every year from cigarettes and alcohol, which are freely sold in this town everywhere. You can't drive your child to school without passing 2 places to buy alcohol, minimally. And that's just the places that you can walk out with it. There's another dozen or so that serve alcohol that people drive away from. So we allow alcohol and tobacco sales in this town, yet we are standing before town meeting right now to prohibit the sale of marijuana, which can't cause death directly by overdose, which is not physically addictive, although anything is mentally addictive. The other thing they talk about is, oh, you can go, you can get medical marijuana. Okay. The same people who say, well, you can go register and get medical marijuana are usually the same people who support Second Amendment rights. And in fact, if you possess a medical marijuana card in the state of Massachusetts, you are not allowed to possess a firearms identification card. You cannot possess a firearm if you are a registered medical marijuana user. So if you want to give up your Second Amendment rights, sure, you can get a medical marijuana card.
Is this going to come back to?
It's coming
whether
back
we
to
should or should not?
why we should. Why we should. People who want
You
to
have
purchase
25
this should not
seconds
have to register like you have to
25
register as a
seconds
sex
remaining.
offender and lose their rights in order to purchase marijuana in their own town. They should be allowed to do it within the borders of their own town. That's it.
Thank you. Sir? Sir?
Walter Barnes, retired physician. Multiple health institutions have issued position papers.
Will you please speak more directly into the microphone?
Sorry. Multiple health institutions have issued position papers on the health effects of recreational marijuana. They include the Massachusetts Medical Society, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. The initial research that has been done raises serious concerns about detrimental effects on individual health and safety where there is abuse. I think one problem in this town, as far as having recreational marijuana available, is do we have the resources presently on hand to control the problems? Right now, the state has not issued their final guidelines as far as the regulations will be. Why don't we be patient and wait for those regulations before making our decision? This vote, if our concerns are unwarranted, this vote can be reversed. But right now, we have to be concerned particularly for those who are most vulnerable to the effects of recreational marijuana. and that is children. As a parent, we have to set examples for our children, and one example right now would be to send a message that we want objective information from the state. There'll be plenty of data coming out as recreational marijuana is available in stores. In the meantime, let's let larger towns and cities that have the resources sell the recreational marijuana. I don't think we have the resources, and I believe that's been reinforced by our chief of police. And I hope that there'll be full transparency and accountability by the state, and in short time we'll have the answers. And right now there's research going on by institutions such as Harvard, so we'll have good evidence to make a better decision later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Habib?
My name is Michael Habib, and I live in Old County Road. You know, I understand the concern that people have, you know, excuse me, in their opposition to having, you know, dispensary in town. But I would suggest that we should think of this. Anyone in Westport who wants to buy marijuana legally will just drive to Fall River or New Bedford or Dartmouth. In the course of their driving, they're on the road. And they're increasing the possibility of climate change because people are driving to get to it. If you stayed in town, you would drive less mileage. I mean, but people are going to go buy it if they want to buy it. Now, the issue of the danger and all the issues, are, which can occur in this town, you know, and I don't know what they're going to be or not be. We're going to have them anyways because you're going to just drive the Fall River and buy it. It's not like you have to drive to Boston to get it. So it's convenient to go to Fall River. But it's more convenient to have it in town for the reasons I've stated before. And it might reduce the operation of a motor vehicle, you know, improperly because you're in town. Plus, if my understanding is correct, you know, you can do a 3% tax, you know, municipal tax on the sale of recreational marijuana. And the town sets their rate. That could be a fair amount of money depending upon how successful the business is in town. And that money can be used for a lot of different reasons in town. I mean, we always have a tight budget. And I would suggest respectfully that if we did a 3% you know, tax on it, not all that's going to be needed to use for law enforcement. Maybe some of it will be properly used for that, but we'll have some other money to use for other reasons. In this town, always have difficulty finding money for something. And plus, I suggest we should protect the environment, and I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Leach?
I'd like to call a question, please.
Second.
We have a motion second to call the question. So, if you want to hear more discussion on this, vote no. If you've heard enough discussion, you'd like to proceed to vote, please vote yes. So all those in favor of calling the question, ending discussion on the motion under Article 22, will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. So now we proceed to vote on the motion under Article 22. Just to make sure everyone is clear, a yes vote means that you would want our bylaws changed to prohibit non-medical marijuana facilities in establishments in Westport. A no vote means that you would want to prohibit, or to allow them, sorry. So all those in favor of the motion under Article 22 will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those opposed, please raise their hands. That is defeated.
It's passed. You said defeated, it's passed.
I'm sorry, I apologize. That motion is carried. That motion is carried. Yes, I apologize for that, Aaron. Thank you for correcting me.
Jim.
Please, okay, there are 7 people. May I have 4 volunteers to be tellers, please? 3 will do.
You know what happened 2/3 by any chance, by any stretch.
It doesn't matter, we can just pass over.
What? I didn't recruit any.
So will all those in favor of the motion under Article 22, please raise your hand. Keep your hand raised until the teller points, looks you in the eyes and points at you and gives you a clear signal that your vote has been counted. And tellers, please make that eye contact. Please do not count those standing. Please do not count those standing. You need to be seated to be counted. Look, Tracy, we need to do those.
Yeah, they have to count them.
So will all those opposed to the motion under Article 22, please raise your hand, keep your hand raised until you get a clear signal from the teller that your vote has been counted. I beg your pardon, was there someone who felt like their vote was not counted?
One in the back, right.
Okay. Okay, got it. The vote is 118 yes, 82 no. The motion is carried. Article 23, to see if the town will vote to amend the town of Westport zoning bylaws relative to non-medical marijuana establishments as described in the article, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Willett or Ms. Shufelt?
I move to pass over Article 23.
I have a motion, a second, to pass over Article 23. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried, and we pass over Article 23. Article 24, to see if the town will vote to amend the town of Westport zoning bylaws relative to non-medical marijuana establishments.
Call to order, please.
Described.
Hello, Mark Doriga, Drift
I
Road.
beg your pardon?
Call to order.
A point of order? Yes. What is your point of order,
I
please?
believe, I'm curious about the count. We seem to be 40 people short on the vote. When the totals were added up, the total for the number of people here was 238. The total for the number of votes counted was just under 200.
Yep.
So I'm not sure where I saw everyone's hands up. I'm not sure where the 40 people's missing votes would be.
A, people leave the building. B, you didn't see everybody's hand up. Some people may not have voted.
Motion to reconsider, point of order, motion to reconsider Article 22.
What is your reason for reconsidering Article 22?
As reason, a member of the town meeting has brought to light a possible error in the count, and I think
There
would benefit from a recount. We had an error in the back where a vote was not counted, and it would benefit for a recount.
Okay, I'm sorry, there will not be a recount. It was not close. Article 24, to see if the town will vote to amend the town of Westport zoning bylaws relative to non-medical marijuana establishments as described in the article, sponsored by the Planning Board. Mr. Whiten?
I move to pass over.
Yep. We have a motion and a second to pass over Article 24. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of passing over Article 24 will please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. We pass over Article 24. Article 25, see if the town will vote to amend zoning bylaws relative to medical marijuana. Planning Board?
I move to pass over.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Yep.
Motion and a second to pass over Article 25. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of passing over Article 25 will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. We pass over Article 25. 26, again,
Move to pass over.
the motion to pass over. Is there a second? Second. We have a motion second to pass over Article 26. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of passing over Article 26 will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. We pass over Article 26. Article 27, again, bylaws relative to marijuana.
Move to pass over.
Second.
Motion is second to pass over Article 27. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried. We pass over Article 27. Article 28, to amend the zoning bylaws relative to medical marijuana facilities. Mr. Whiten?
I believe this is one in the moratorium.
Yeah. Article 20 is the moratorium.
Yes. So I move the town adopt the provisions of Article 28 as printed in the warrant.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to adopt the provisions of Article 28. May I have the Planning Board recommendation, or excuse me, the Finance Committee recommendation, please?
Finance Committee voted to make no recommendation.
Discussion, Mr. Whiten?
This is just a 6-month extension of our existing moratorium in case there's a lawsuit that questions Article 22.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion of the motion under Article 28? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Will those in favor please raise their hands? Thank you. Those opposed? We're going to need to count again because this needs 2/3. Would the tellers come forward again, please? Would you like, is there someone who would like to further discuss the motion under Article 28? Please step to the
Excuse-
microphone.
Excuse me, sir, I
Sure.
didn't hear what we're voting on. Can you replay it?
We have a motion before us to adopt the provisions of Article 28 as printed in the warrant. So you need to refer to the warrant for the contents of Article 28, which I gather in essence extends an existing moratorium on non-medical marijuana establishments in Westport through the end of this year. Is that correct? Right. Now, if there is any further discussion, please step to a mic and speak. Mr. Vieira.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, I need some clarification from the planning board because I really don't understand why we need this article at all now and why we're even voting on it based on the votes that the town meeting had previously taken tonight on this issue.
Okay, so Mr. Whiten's already spoken on this, but go ahead. Will you answer the question, the reason why we have this article when we've already outlawed?
The laws about the non-medical marijuana are sort of still in flux, and I don't know that there wouldn't be something that would, at the state level or the town level, that would question or make a lawsuit about Article 22 that just passed, the town bylaw. This is just an insurance policy to protect the town in case there is, either at the state level or the town level, an overturning of this article. So
Okay,
that we
thank
would
you.
have
Does that-
another 6
does that answer your
months to
question?
decide.
Well, it's an explanation. I'm not sure I would agree with that. I think
Well,
it's...
I'm just asking if he answered your question,
well-
so you understand the reason for the article.
As moderator, Mr. Roddy, I'm questioning you. I don't see this being necessary based on the vote of the previous articles, and I can understand some folks that might want to see this still go on board to leave some flexibility, but I think the town meeting has made very clearly taken a vote on this tonight, and I don't see any need for Article 28 based on that vote.
Okay, but just to clarify for the meeting, we have passed an article that has modified our bylaws to outlaw or prohibit non-medical marijuana establishments in Westport. That's done. If I can, Mr. Whiten can correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason this was brought up is simply to provide an added level of insurance in case what we just did is challenged and nullified in court. That's the rationale. It is up to you to discuss it and determine whether you think this is a good idea. It requires a 2/3 vote. Mr. Alden?
Yes, just to help clarify, Article 22 banned the sale of retail marijuana, recreational marijuana in town. However, like Mr. Whiten said, if a lawsuit... The previous speaker said, if a lawsuit is brought against the town for some impropriety the town meeting conducted, and it's picked up, they could sue the town, overturn that vote, and put things back into limbo again, which in this case, because we have not outlawed beyond Article 22, the other articles would substantiate the fact that retail marijuana could be sold in town without any of the town's ability to stop it. That's the real issue here. If you negate 22, you can have hundreds of stores in Westport. So what the previous speaker said is that, barring a lawsuit, we have banned this retail sale of marijuana. If a lawsuit occurs and we lose it, the town is free to have as many stores as they want. So it's an insurance policy.
Mr. Murray.
Ms. Newcomer? Ms. Newcomer?
Oh, I'm sorry. This may be out of order. I believe you have the total votes for each district, and perhaps after this issue is over, you could give them to us.
I read those out earlier.
Do you have the totals for A, B, C, D, and E districts?
I do. I read those a few minutes ago, and I'd be happy to provide them to you after the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
It's not the same, no.
Mr. Goldberg?
Yes, Chuck Goldberg. We're acting as lawyers. May I suggest that we ask our town council what he feels about this?
About what?
About the motion. Do we need to make a motion? What are the probabilities that we can't do this later if we need to? You're the lawyer. I'm not going to play lawyer.
Well, he's going to answer legal questions for you. Do you have a legal question for him? Because it's not his job to make decisions for us about whether this is a good idea or not. He can tell us the legal implications of it.
The town of Westport zoning bylaws, by deleting Article 26, temporary moratorium of non-medical marijuana facility, whatever we're voting on, I want to know if it's an advantage to our town
But
for us.
that is not his job to determine advantage. You can ask him a
His job is
specific.
not to look at the, okay.
I'm sorry, but town council's job is to give us legal opinions, not to tell us whether something is a good idea, a bad idea, if we should do it, if we shouldn't do it. Sir?
Mr. Moderator, that was actually a legit question. Are we going to get sued if we vote no, or are we going to not get sued?
So would you like to ask the town council, would you like me to ask him what he thinks the
Through you, Mr.
likelihood
Moderator,
is
could you
of us
ask
being,
if this passes, if it doesn't pass, do we get sued? And if it passes, do we not get sued?
so we're going
That's
to,
what the previous speaker was trying to ask you.
so you would like me to ask town council if we are going to get sued if this passes? I'm going to pass that on, although I don't know how he's going to know who. Sir, would you be kind enough to tell us if we will be sued if this article passes?
For that specific question, you're not going to get sued if the zoning moratorium expires. But if I might expand a little bit, what's making this so confusing, frankly, is the way the law was drafted. It allowed a town to prohibit the sale of or cultivation of non-medical marijuana by bylaw. It didn't say whether it could be general or zoning. And the Attorney General, so far, when they've gotten general bylaws, such as you voted in Article 22, they've said, we don't find anything wrong with this, but you might consider doing it by zoning as well. And so there is some vagueness out there. I don't think it's particularly likely that someone is going to sue the town because they don't think the general bylaw under Article 2 is good enough, but that's a possibility. I would say that if you vote yes on this Article 28, extend the moratorium through the end of the year, it's sort of a belt and suspenders. It really is just another prohibition. And who knows, maybe we'll learn something from the state over that period of time. It certainly doesn't hurt anything if you extend the moratorium. If you don't extend the moratorium, then you've got Article 22 that's been in place and I expect will be approved by the Attorney General.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion of the motion under Article 28?
Yes, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Vieira.
I think the town council kind of explained in detail that there's no reason that we need to vote on this article tonight. And I would suggest that we are not the first town in the state of Massachusetts to take this vote. And we're not doing new territory here. I think by having this in here, it could open up some attorneys to look at different ways of getting it back in with the community based on a moratorium that's now lifted down the road. So I see no reason. The town council suggested that there isn't any reason for this to go forward. So I don't know why we have it now, and I don't know why we'd be voting for it at this point.
Well, we will vote on it because it's on the warrant, and we deal with everything on the warrant. But unless there is any further discussion, we'll proceed to our vote on the motion under Article 28. All those in favor will please raise their hands. Those opposed? We will need to count. Just buzzing needs to be screened.
Thought we'd be out of here by 10.
So would all those in favor of the motion under Article 28, please raise your hand and keep your hand raised until you get a clear signal from the teller that your vote has been counted. You have to do the note. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Okay. Would all those opposed to the motion under Article 28 please raise your hand, keep your hand raised so you get a clear signal from the teller that your vote's been counted. The yes votes are 100, the noes are 66. That fails to achieve a two-thirds majority. It is defeated. It was. It was defeated. There were more yes. So everyone understands, there were more yes votes than there were no votes. But we had to have two-thirds of the meeting vote in favor for that to pass. That did not achieve two-thirds of the meeting, and so it was defeated. Article 29, to see if the town will vote to amend the Personnel Bylaws, Section 6, Fringe Benefits and Working Conditions, subsection 4, Vacations, as described in the article. May I have a motion, please?
I move the town amend the Personnel Bylaws, Section 6, Fringe Benefits and Working Conditions, subsection 4, Vacations, by adding the following new paragraph at the end of subsection 4. Under special circumstances as they determine, the Board of Selectmen may offer to grant annual vacation time to newly hired employees in excess of that provided in this section.
Thank you. Is there a second? Have a motion, a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
Finance Committee recommends in favor unanimously with the wording.
Thank you. Ms. Lois?
Thank you. My name is Jane Lose. I live on Main Road. I have a question. What kind of circumstances in general are you thinking about in terms of what would be within the purview of the Board of Selectmen to offer additional annual leave? The reason I'm concerned about this is, first of all, it is an expansion, an open door for more spending. Secondly, we have unfunded liabilities where when people get onto their retirement age, they can cash in their unused leave, including sick leave. So what I would like to have understood is what is the strong reason why this should be done, and secondly, what is the calculation of the potential impact at a future time of accumulated unfunded benefits that have been offered by a current administration, who will not be in place, 20 years down the road when somebody is retiring and wanting to take these benefits. The second point is why only new employees? If it is such a useful service, why does it have to be only applied to new employees?
Now, did you have a question that you wanted me to pass on to someone?
Yes, I want to know what are the general circumstances that they would consider would be acceptable for the application of this?
Okay.
And number two, does this additional leave, annual leave, get accumulated over time and be eligible for a payout after they are, when they retire? And third of all, why only new employees?
Can we do these one at a time? Okay. So first of all, Mr. King, would you like to offer us an explanation for, or I'm sorry, to define what some of the circumstances might be where this would be applied?
Yes. What we found in a couple cases most recently is the existing vacation allotments provided under the personnel bylaw is very limited and very small. And when we hire someone at a department head level, it usually means they've worked in other communities at high level, at the high level jobs for many years. And it's difficult to recruit those individuals and hire them because they expect to be able to have more than perhaps 3 or 4 days of vacation during their first year of service when they come to work at another town.
So that was the first question. What is the second?
The second question is does this additional leave get added to the pot that is available if they don't actually use the additional leave that is granted to them? Does it get added to the pot for the repayment out when they retire?
Vacation.
So you're asking do they accumulate that vacation time, and can it potentially cause a liability at payout when they retire or leave, Mr. King?
Vacation doesn't accumulate from year to year. Employees have to use it or lose it.
Thank you. And now you had a third question?
The third question is why only new hires? Why does this apply only to newly hired people and not people who are doing similar jobs?
Mr. King, I think, go ahead.
Because usually those employees who are already working within the community for the town have already reached the point in their incumbency that they are receiving a significant amount of vacation time from year to year.
Any further questions?
If this is such an important issue, why is it not part of the normal structure? I know this is adding to it via the personnel bylaw, but to make it at discretion or not at discretion doesn't seem, it doesn't seem fair. It depends on the bargaining ability of the person doing it rather than having it be a policy.
Thank you. Mr. Bull?
My name is Jeff Bull. Is this on?
Good.
In my operations within the town, I'm aware that we oftentimes hire relatively new professional people and then typically lose them. And it occurs to me this might help us retain some of the good people in town who've been working for us already for a short period of time, and we're less likely to lose them if the capability was extended to more employees in town. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion of the motion under Article 29? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Steve? Oh, I'm sorry, I had my hand up.
Yes, Mr. Valcourt?
I just wanted to clarify. The main reason that this came about is that we had a couple of different positions in town in which we offered employment to people. They agreed to employment, and then when we went to negotiate the terms of employment, they pulled out of those agreements specifically because we could only offer them 2 or 3 days of vacation time when they had 15, 20, 30 years of experience. It's just not reasonable. And this is written into our bylaws that this is all we can offer right now. So the reason this issue came up is because we had instances where this was a problem and we weren't allowed, by what our bylaws allow us to do, we weren't allowed to vary that employment offer in any way, shape, or form as in regards to vacation time, because this bylaw says there's a specific amount, they're allowed, and that's it. That's why this came about. This is why we are asking the voters for this tool to be able to attract more experienced people that could do a really good job here in town, but don't want to go from having 4 weeks paid vacation to 2 days or 3 days. That's it.
Thank you. Ma'am, further discussion?
Yes, Carolina Africano, Union Ave. Is there a cap? You can give somebody 30 days vacation? There's no number, it's discretionary, so.
Yes.
So that the motion of the article would allow them to, that there's no cap written into that bylaw.
Well, that's concerning.
Thank you. Any further discussion of the motion under Article 29? Seeing none, all those in favor, will please say aye.
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 Those opposed? That is carried. What is your point of order? Yes? What about it? Yes. It was a zoning bylaw. It was a motion to amend. Okay, we're having a discussion on a point of order relative to Article 28. The point of order claiming that a 2/3 vote was not required, but any amendment to the zoning bylaws requires a 2/3 majority. And that article was to see if the town will amend the town of Westport zoning bylaws. It required a 2/3 majority. If you would like me to pass that question on to the council, I'd be happy to. Does a motion, does amendment of Westport zoning bylaws require a 2/3 vote?
It does, yes.
Thank you.
Any zoning bylaw, and that's the way the Attorney General was approving these moratoriums, was as a zoning bylaw.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, about that. Thank you. Article 30, to see if the town will accept the provisions MGL Chapter 64 and Section 3A as amended by Section 13 of Chapter 55 of the Acts of 2017 to authorize the town to impose a local sales tax upon the sales and transfer of marijuana as described in the article, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen.
I move the town adopt the provisions of Article 30 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
Mr. Martin, may I, point of order?
Yes.
Is this for both medical and,
Well, that'll come up in discussion. Do we have a Finance Committee recommendation, or do you need that information too?
I think I would need that information in order to make a recommendation.
Then may I ask Town Council to help us with this? Does this refer to recreational marijuana only, or does it refer to medical marijuana as well?
Does Article
Oh, I
28?
apologize.
30, we want
Thank you.
the 3% tax.
Oh, I'm sorry. The tax only applies to retail sale of non-medical marijuana. So with the prohibition, it wouldn't serve any purpose, in my opinion.
Okay. So we still have a motion and a second before us to adopt a 3% tax on the sale of a product that we don't allow to be sold in Westport.
Mr. Moderator, I withdraw my motion.
Withdraw the second.
Okay, so we have a motion to pass over Article 30? Good, motion is second. Any discussion on the motion to pass over? Seeing none, all those in favor of passing over Article 30 will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. We're going to do something slightly different with street acceptances. We're trying to fix a dysfunctional way of dealing with street acceptances. Those of you who have been here for a while know that this, usually at the end of the warrant, we take a vote to accept the layout of some town ways. This is how the process is supposed to work. Citizens petition the selectmen, not town meetings, to lay out their road. They go first to the selectmen, not to town meeting. Then the selectmen go about the process of laying out the road. They vote to their intention to lay it out. They then have to get a planning board recommendation. Then they are the ones who should find out if all the i's are dotted, all the t's are crossed, and then and only then lay out the road and file that layout with the town clerk and then bring it to us. So we ideally should not have to be discussing whether the road is up to snuff or not. So you're going to see two articles to accept the layout of Wildberry Way, because we got a petition for it, as we often do, but I persuaded the selectmen to put their own article on there as a movement toward getting closer to the correct process. So, with that explanation, Article 31, to see if the town will vote to accept the layout as a public way of Wildberry Way, a copy of which is on file in the office of the town clerk, and authorize the board of selectmen to acquire by gift, purchase, or eminent domain land or rights in land within said way as so laid out for all purposes for which public ways are used in the town of Westport and are taken into action relative thereto, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. Ms. Shufelt?
I move to pass over Article 31.
I have a motion to pass over Article 31. Motion is second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Discussion?
Yeah, my name is Jessica St. Laurent. I'm a resident of
Can you speak a little
Wildberry
more
Way.
directly into the microphone, please? Thanks.
My name's Jessica St. Laurent. I'm a resident on Wildberry Way. We're under the impression that it would go to vote today. We've gathered all the necessary paperwork that was required of the town, and the town received a letter of intent from the owner of the medical center to fix their drainage issue. All of the issues that they found with the road are not with our road, they're actually with the medical center. So our road is in good condition, so I don't see at this time why, if the planning board approved the drainage when the medical center was being built, why that's our responsibility. And I don't understand why the town's not taking responsibility for their approval of the drainage, and why the residents of Wildberry Way have to be punished and take care of the road when we're asking for it to be accepted when the drainage was already approved.
So you're speaking against the motion to pass over, but I'll let you know that the next article is a petition article to accept Wildberry Lane, which you are welcome to offer an affirmative motion on, meaning, but right now, we're going to vote on whether or not to pass over Article 31. We will then address another article to accept Wildberry Lane as Article 32. So, is there any further discussion on the motion to pass over Article 31? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That is carried. We pass over Article 31. Article 32, see if the town will vote to accept the layout as a public way of Wildberry Way, a copy of which is on file in the office of the town clerk and authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire by gift, purchase, or eminent domain land or rights in land within said way as so laid out for all purposes of public ways used in the town of Westport, and to take under action relative thereto by petition. So if you would like to make an affirmative motion under that, you would say, I move the town accept the provisions of Article 32 as printed in the warrant.
Yes, I move the town accept the provisions of Article 32.
Thank you. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. We have the Finance Committee recommendation.
Finance Committee recommends a no vote unanimously.
Okay. Would you like to begin discussion?
I would. When we started this, we've been on the street for about 4 years now. It's been a private street, and we've taken care of it and maintained it now. There's a lot more neighbors on the street, and as you can imagine, getting 9 or 10 neighbors to agree on how to take care of the road does not generally go over well. So we asked the town to accept the road. The town never said anything about the drainage until now when we asked them to accept it. They approved the plan, the drainage plan, when it came across to them when the medical center was built, and they said it was fine, and it was only until now that they are deciding that the drainage is not okay. So I don't understand if it was approved once, and it's not a problem with our road, and the town received a letter of commitment from the medical center owner saying that he was going to fix the drainage. If we've received all that, we've done all the paperwork, I don't see why our road can't be approved now as it is.
Thank you. Sir, did you want to speak also?
Yes, my name's Kyle St. Laurent. I also live on the road. A big concern that I have with all the new families that just moved in is during like a snowstorm, we don't know when the street's going to be plowed. So emergency vehicles will have quite the time getting down there considering they don't have four-wheel drive. So if there is a medical emergency, we're not sure how it's going to impact any of the neighbors as well. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Hartnett, I believe you were next in there.
Mr. Moderator, the Planning Board met on February 20th of this year. Planning Board recommends acceptance of Wildberry Way as shown on the definitive subdivision plan entitled Definitive Subdivision Plan of Wildberry Way in Westport, Mass., dated January 6, 2006, and revised to August 14, 2006. On May 4, 2011, Tibbetts Engineering completed the final surety inspection and noted that all work had been completed and the roads could be considered for acceptance.
Thank you. Mr. Vieira?
Mr. Moderator, I rise in support of this article, and I'm very concerned. You had a list of people and the responsibilities, how we were going to clean this project up. I didn't see anything here where the highway department was involved and the highway surveyor. And I'm concerned, I support this article because the planning board has said that their engineers have looked at it and approved it. And then I hear that we have stormwater issues, so I don't understand what's going on here. But I do know there are people that live on that road and paying taxes in town. And if we have problems within our community, we need to correct them with our various boards. We have bylaws, we have regulations. We talked about some of those tonight and passing some in terms of stormwater runoff. We talked to them in terms of bylaws for the planning board. This is another example of where the department's not talking to one another. Somebody needs to coordinate that. We shouldn't have taxpayers that have been living in town for 4 years under the impression that their road's going to be accepted and come to the town meeting and then told that we're going to pass over that. That's very unfair to them. And it's very unfair to accept roads in town without talking to the highway department if they're not constructed in a way that we're going to pick up a liability later on. I don't understand why we're just hearing about this at town meeting and have to pass over why this wasn't corrected over the last year to resolve this. This isn't the first time we've talked about this at town meeting, but we're still passing over it. That's unexcusable. It's another year's past. These people have to go with a road that they're paying taxes in the community on, but they can't get it approved by the town. It's unfortunate.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Morton?
Mr. Moderator, the Finance Committee is opposed.
Can you speak more directly into the microphone, please?
Hugh Morton, member of the Finance Committee. Mr. Moderator, the Finance Committee recommends against accepting this way because once the town has accepted it, we are responsible for making corrections to things that are generally agreed are necessary. There is an undertaking by the developer to in fact make the improvements which are needed, but they haven't been done yet. And there are sometimes undertakings that don't get finished. The position of the Finance Committee has basically been, let's wait and see what happens. If the corrections are made so that the road is proper under the specifications for the town, then a later meeting, especially if there was one in the fall, can accept it at that time, and the town will not be subject to the potential significant expense of making the remedies. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
Thank you. Ms. Shufel?
I'm going to depart with the Board of Selectmen on this one. I actually am in favor of granting this article. The reason that I voted to pass over the article was that we had a more formalized process. This is the attempt to actually do roadway approvals the way we should do roadway approvals and get the planning board input, get the highway department input, conservation, the various entities. While we went through the exercise of checking off all those boxes, the highway department did express concern, and that's why they recommended that we not accept the road until some changes had been made. I think that the abutter, who's actually causing the problem rather than the residents here, has shown a great willingness to address the stormwater problem. So I'm very sympathetic. My first town meeting that I went to was in this very room asking for the very same thing, for my road to be accepted. I had lived there for a number of years. I had no reason to believe it wouldn't be accepted. So I do want to say that the highway department did express some concerns over the road. They're valid concerns, but I'm confident that there's a plan in place that will address them. There is a possibility that it never gets enacted, but I still think that the town owes these residents the approval of their road.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion of the motion under Article 32? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
That is carried. Article 33, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the General Court for the passage of legislation to authorize the issuance of a wine and malt beverage license not to be drunk on premises, package store, to Gulf Resources Incorporated, 634 American Legion Highway, as described in the article. This is by petition. Mr. Corey, we offer some motion?
I move that the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the General Court for passage of legislation authorizing the issuance of a wine and malt beer beverage license not to be drunk on premises to Gulf Resources, Inc. of 634 American Legion Highway, Westport, notwithstanding any limitations on the number of licenses issued under the provisions of Chapter 138 Massachusetts General Laws as amended. This license is to be non-transferable to another location, but the licensing authority may grant the license to a new applicant as the same location and/or take any other action relative thereto.
Can I ask you to remove the words "and/or take any other action relative thereto" from your motion, because that allows us to take.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. And may I also have a copy of that motion, please? Would you mind
Okay.
bringing that to me? Thank you. So do we have a second? Second. Motion and a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
Finance Committee recommends in favor of 6-2.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Heald, and I live on Johnson Street here in Westport, and I stand in opposite.
Will you please wait to be recognized? You are the first speaker, but so please go ahead and begin. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, thank you very much. My name is Jennifer Heald. I live on Johnson Street here in Westport, and I stand in opposition to this Article 33. We have all been here this evening and heard about retail marijuana stores, and people have spoken up about alcohol use. This is a request for a package store in North Westport. The approximate location is the T of Main Road and 177. There is already a package store, Harry's Country Store, at that location. This particular location is being requested by the corporation, is about 500 feet away. The community is already served by Harry's Country Store, which has
I'm going to ask you to mention other businesses nearby.
I would be glad to. Forgive me. Other businesses that are located 500 feet away that have a wine and malt beverage license. There are also 9 other package stores with liquor licenses within 5 miles of this location. The area is saturated with liquor stores, and one more is not needed. It is important to understand the process by which a request for a liquor license occurs by special legislation. First, an individual has to petition, as we're seeing this Article 33. It then has to be passed by a majority here at Town Hall. Then either the representative or senator has to present it up to legislation, to the state. This is usually stamped, a rubber stamp at legislation, because they're deferring to the local community. It then will come back down to the local community, because at that point, the legislation has made a new liquor license at that location. But someone has to apply for a liquor license at that location. At that point, there is a special hearing where, again, individuals can come and speak out. It has to pass that test as well. There's more steps beyond that where it goes up to the ABC board for confirmation, and that really goes beyond the purview of today. With this new introduction of a package store, we will have a lot more access for individuals to get alcohol in an area where there's already another business that serves the community and the local neighborhood. It is also very close to the getting off of 177, going down 88, if you're going to the beach or something of that sort. This particular business that is petitioning on Article 33 has a gas station with it, as well as a convenience store. I have a real concern about individuals driving in, getting their gas, getting their liquor, and then driving off. This is a circumstance, in my mind, that increases the chances for drinking and driving. It's different than having to go into a package store. You'll have individuals coming from out of town using their cell phone to find a place for gas and liquor, and this can be real problematic for people in our town with drinking and driving. I encourage people to think about what we've talked about earlier today about concerns of safety in our town and what an additional package store will do to increase difficulty in terms of drinking and driving and the consequences of more liquor being available. Thank you, and I encourage you to vote no for Article 33. I do want to ask one question, if I could. Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
I would like to direct the question to the Vice Chair or the Board of Selectmen. And the question I want to ask, did the Board of Selectmen vote against this article?
Through the moderator, yes, we did.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ma'am?
I'm not sure how to quite top that, but my name's Kathy Gillette. I'm a resident here in Westport on 138 Old County Road. As a frequent patron of Harry's Country Store.
I'm going to ask you to a local convenience store.
Oh, excuse me, a local convenience store. I believe that this family-run business will definitely feel the effects if this liquor license goes through. With the allowing the gas station to provide similar items for purchase as this convenience store does, this will really just run them down to the ground. And I know that this family is looking to establish roots here in our town. This convenience store has been an established store in our community for years. I've been a resident here for 10 years, and every morning I would walk to the store with my kids to just get everything that they would like for the door. And I would be very disappointed to see if anything happened to the convenience store. So I am asking everyone to reconsider issuing a liquor license to the Gulf, the Gulf Resources, Inc. Thank you.
Mr. Habib?
You know, I support everything that's been previously said, but I'd like to add a few more facts to it. You know, probably within a mile or so, driving towards Tiverton on 177, there's a liquor store there, and it's a full liquor store. It's hard liquor, wine, and beer. So within a relatively short distance, we don't need another one. And I would also suggest to the individuals here respectfully who don't want marijuana in your town, and I understand though I voted the other way on that, how would you like it if once marijuana becomes socially acceptable in town, and there's a limit on how many marijuana places there are you can buy it, they can file a petition to go to the legislature to say, we want another marijuana place. I think at some point we need to look at alcohol and marijuana in the respect to the community the same way. And I suggest we should say no on Article 33. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, I believe you're next.
Hello. I'm Dan Sobia. I just want to say I don't think we need another liquor store. Trust me. Oh. No, we got too many. You're distinguished people up there. I just say, we got too many. I can go around the corner, get a beer. Go around the corner over there, get a shot. It's everywhere. How many more do we need? How about more fried chicken places? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ma'am, I believe you're next, but let's bear in mind, it's getting late. So far, everyone who has spoken in opposition. If you have something additional to say in opposition that hasn't already been said, please say it. If you have something in favor to say, we have yet to hear that argument. But let's try to avoid repeating what we've already heard. We vote, we state our opinion by voting. We speak to provide new information. Thanks.
Totally understand. My name's Carol Mann. I'm a registered voter and born and brought up in Westport, and I agree with everything they had to say, that we do not need another liquor store in Westport. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Good evening. My name's Alexander Carrig, and I am here tonight on behalf of Westport Mobile, also known as Westport Gas, Gulf Resources, and obviously my family, in support of Section 33. As a locally owned family business, we have invested a considerable amount of money, time, and hard work into the property to better serve the customers. I heard from the opposition about a large corporation seeking a liquor license. This couldn't be farther from the truth. This is a locally owned family business with strong roots in Westport. This is a beer and wine license that will serve what the customers are asking for. Supporting this article will allow us to continue our efforts in bringing the best possible offering to our customers and to better serve the citizens of Westport. I respectfully ask for the support of Section 33 in the form of a yes vote, and I thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Corey?
This is about competition. Whether other stores in the area have a beer and wine license, I think becomes immaterial. Westport as a town has not received additional beer allocations of liquor licenses in almost 30 years. So this is an effort by a petitioner to reach equal footing with other businesses in town, other businesses that have beer and wine licenses. So would ask you to move positively and accept the FinCom's recommendation and vote in favor of this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. David Palmer, Sodom Road. I'd like to vote against Article 33 for the same facts that everybody else has stated, that this is a family-run business, the convenience store next to the gas station. They have been there for over 9 years. The original owner was there for over 30 years. Again, I don't think you need a liquor store 500 feet away from another liquor store. We have bylaws that state we can only have a house lot with 150 feet of frontage with an acre and a half, but now on the other hand, you can have a liquor store next door. I think it's totally wrong.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis?
Jane Lose, Main Road. I have a question about a material that was, piece of information that was circulated from the desk outside the entry here, and it has a question, it has a statement about based on population pursuant to Mass General Law 136, et cetera. that the town of Westport has an allocation based on population of 4. And so is that, what is the basis of that? Is that what the state suggests that be the ratio of population to liquor stores that is considered good? Or is this just a mathematical question?
So do you have a question for
Yes,
town council perhaps about?
Yes.
Because he's not going to be defending something that was
No,
passed out there, but he can
No,
help us
I'm
with
just
facts.
asking
Yeah.
whether this Mass General Law 136 establishes a normative ratio of number of liquor stores to
a
population.
Would you be kind enough to answer that question, please?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Moderator. That is correct. The general laws that govern liquor licenses establish so many licenses. It is based on population of the city or town, and you get X number for on premises, like a restaurant, and X number for off premises, such as package store license. And I assume the town has already issued whatever they have, otherwise there wouldn't be a reason for this petition.
Thank you. Does that answer your question adequately?
Yes, that answers that question. I want to just make one point now, and that is there have already been four that are allocated, 4 that have been given to businesses in Westport, and there's one more actually pending more, so that would be 5. So we're already over the normative.
Sorry, I can't allow you to speak a second time until everyone has spoken
I
once.
thought I was at the end.
Yeah.
Through you,
Counsel.
Mr. Moderator, to the Board of Selectmen, am I correct in saying that Westport has reached their limit of liquor licenses?
So you want that for the Board of Selectmen?
Yes.
Is there someone on the Board of Selectmen who would answer
Yes,
that
we
question?
have.
Yes. Okay, the answer is yes.
You have reached your limit?
Yes.
Okay. Then why are we considering this article?
Is that's not a question for the Board of Selectmen. We're considering it because it's on the warrant, and it's on the warrant because someone put it there by petition.
Well, if Westport has reached its limit of liquor licenses that we can have, why are we discussing an article to have another liquor
Because
license?
we can go beyond that limit via the procedure described in this article. So this,
Well,
I'm just answering your question factually, that this is a way that is not a fixed limit of liquor licenses. That's the limit that we can divvy out without going through a procedure like this. To do more, we need to go through this procedure.
okay. Does everyone remember that we have gone this route once before, last year?
I'm not going to pass that question on to everyone.
It's the truth. We have. And in that situation, that license, that this person has to jump through all the hoops too, but in that situation, that, I guess it's a grocery store now, had a liquor license originally and was empty for a while and then was purchased by someone else and wanted to get a license that was there before. But once again, you know, I would suggest that everybody vote this down. We are at our limit. That's simple.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, good evening. Erin Connors from 36 Fieldstone Drive here in Westport. I would like to call the question.
So.
Second.
We have a motion, a second to call the question. If you have heard all you need to make your decision on the motion under Article 33, please vote yes. If you would like to discuss this further, please vote no. So all those in favor of calling the question under Article 33, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. That is carried by a clear 2/3 majority. So now to the question itself. All those in favor of the motion under Article 33 will please raise their hands. Those opposed? That is defeated. Article 34, to see if the town will formalize the abandonment of and discontinue the area of Adamsville Road abutting Assessor's Map 81 lots 19, 19E, and 1 as shown in the 1905 layout of Adamsville Road as described in the article. This is by petition.
Mr. Moderator, I would like to offer a petition, an amendment to Article 34 as shared with you earlier this evening.
Actually, the good form would be to move that the town authorize the Board of Selectmen to formalize and just read it as it says there. We need a motion first.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to accept Article 34 as amended.
It hasn't been amended.
Hasn't been amended. You can
So,
move it.
I'd like to make it.
The language that you gave me here,
Yes.
scratch the "to see if the town will." Then say, "I move the town," and then begin with authorize and read the rest of it.
I move the town will authorize the Board of Selectmen to formalize the abandonment of and discontinue the area of Adamsville Road abutting Assessor's Map 81, lots 19, 19E, and 1, as shown on the 1850 layout of Adamsville Road, as contemplated and shown on the plans for Adamsville Road and the accepted layout of Adamsville Road as approved by vote of Article 11 at the annual town meeting of 1959 of the 1957 approved layout, and to authorize the Select Board to take all necessary action to convey the fee in the abandoned and discontinued area of said roadway as noted in the roadway abandonment plan dated 3/27/18 to the owners of the lands identified as map 81 lots 19, 19E, and 1, and/or take any other action relative thereto.
No, stop there.
Scratch the last thought.
Okay, good, good. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. May I have the Finance Committee recommendation?
The Finance Committee voted not to recommend.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to begin discussion?
Yes. So this article has been proposed by my wife and I for upwards of a number of times over the past dozen years. And this is, I feel, the most support we've gotten from the Planning Department, the Board of Selectmen, the FinCom, which started a year ago at the last town meeting when we passed over it. And I believe that we have answered all the questions and concerns raised by all the boards, including the town administrator and town council, with the materials provided over the last few weeks and then amended to address those concerns. My wife and I and our children live on that part of Adamsville Road where the original 1850 road was abandoned, and we've been there for 14 years. It's used as a rest stop for people. It's used as a dumping ground for alcohol bottles. I've got 12 tires thrown over the wall. I see 6 new ones in front of the neighbor's property yesterday. It's just not, it's not a rest area. I realize it's the town property, but it's a liability. Our children don't feel safe to go and ride their bikes up there, as they should. I also feel I can hear people in there at night. It's not a place for people to stop by. I understand it's public property. However, I would also like to see if the town's going to maintain this property, that it gets mowed. I mow it now. It was never plowed. We had to use the old road. That's how the bus would come and pick up our children, but we had to have it plowed. So if it wants to be part of the town, that's fine, let it be maintained. If not, then shall we turn it over to the abutters? Instead of being a liability, let it be at least a small source of income from the new taxes that will be generated.
Thank you. Mr. Willett?
Mr. Moderator, we support this petitioner. The words, it was amended so we could work with him. It wouldn't be a straight-up change in title, and it would be a mess. It will have open hearings on it. The public can have input. What we're concerned with is drainage easements and other easements. We just want to do it right. And with the permission he's adding, if the townspeople would like to abandon that area because it's not being taken care of now, we can work with them to get it done.
Mr. White?
Yes. Excuse me. At a regular meeting of the Planning Board held on April 24th, 2018, the board reviewed the status of Adamsville Road, presented for discontinuance, and gave the following non-binding recommendation to the Select Board. non-binding recommendation. The planning board has no objection to the discontinuance/abandonment of that portion of Adamsville Road shown on the plan entitled Roadway Abandonment Plan, Adamsville Road, prepared for Jeff Fitton and dated March 27th, 2018, subject to the determination of rights of ownership of the abandoned portion of the way. The planning board did express concerns over the ownership of the land if it is discontinued.
Thank you. Mr. Viera?
Mr. Moderator, I rise in support of this article. This has been going on for quite a few years in town, where when the town abandons a road, we just kind of stop, and we don't take any responsibility and leadership within our community for the people, the abutters of that road. This is just another example of that. These folks have been before us before. I think that, I'm not sure, I'm not pointing the finger at anybody, but ashamed of the town for not solving this problem. I think what we have now with this language gives the ability to the selectmen, I'm sure they feel confident they can resolve this in the next year. If we vote on this article, at least people won't have to be looking at town property that's been abandoned, and they have to take care of it anyways. We're going to put a little bit of real estate back in the town for tax purposes. This is a win-win for everybody here. I don't know any reason why we wouldn't vote on this tonight and support it.
Thank you. Sir?
Mr. Moderator.
I saw this gentleman first. You'll be next.
Rudd Lawrence, Riverview Drive. It just seems to me that this is town property, and if the town were condemning this property for a road, they'd have to pay fair compensation for it. And it seems if the adjacent property owners want it, they should pay fair compensation for it.
Thank you. Mr. Valcourt?
In actuality, in speaking with town council over this and speaking with various entities, the town doesn't actually own the property. The town just owns the right-of-way through it. So in 1957, we readjusted the layout to straighten the road. This is the part of Adamsville Road that goes down the hill. You see this to the left as you're heading towards Tiverton. The town abandoned that part of the road, but never reverted the property back to the property owners. And the property was originally owned by those abutters. And so the town only maintains a right-of-way through there. It doesn't actually own the property. So we're not conveying any property that we own. We're just giving up the right-of-way through that property and granting it back to the right-of-way back to the abutters. So it's a bit of technicalese, but that's really what's happening here. We're not changing any property rights.
Ms. Shufeld, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I'm in support of this article. I had some initial concerns with the initial presentation, but I'm comfortable with the way that the motion's been worded now protects the town. And this is, like my colleague here said, we don't own the land. We're just giving up our right-of-way to the easement.
Thank you. Ms. Fitton, did you want to speak again?
Yes, I do. I just would like to address two items that were mentioned after I spoke originally, and that was, I believe, the easement that's necessary for the southern branch of Angeline Brook, which is on the map for abandonment that will be provided to the town so that we'll have access to that culvert. And to the prior speaker from my left, the land was taken originally in 1850 for the roadway with no compensation. At that point, both sides of the road were owned by the same farmer, the Wood Farm, and so we are the successful heirs and assigned to that. So I don't see any issue for compensation, or could be some token thereof, but there will be additional taxes paid.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion under Article 34 will please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Article 35, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate and or transfer from available funds a sum of money to the stabilization fund and or taking the action relative thereto. Sponsored by the Finance Committee and Board of Selectmen. Mr. Carrero, can you offer this motion?
I move the town transfer from free cash to the stabilization fund the sum of $150,000.
Is there a second? A motion is second. Finance Committee recommendation?
Finance Committee recommended in favor unanimously with the amount of being $150,000.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor will please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. I will entertain a motion to dissolve the Westport 2018 agenda. Is there a second? Or second, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Can I have a
So is
motion
carried. Meeting is dissolved. Thank you and good night.